Hey, Mike.
Hey, Terry. How was your day so far?
It was all leading up to this moment.
Good to see you again, gentlemen.
Good to see you too, Matt. I've only been up for 10 hours.
Give people a minute to file in, but
Daniel Bach. Hey, Daniel. Sweden.
as everybody gets situated, I just wanted to say up front that anytime during this webinar, if you have questions, please be sure to put them in the Q&A bar, not in the chat function. That way we'll know if they're specifically for one of the panelists. Mike, Terry, what have you been up to the last couple weeks? Has it been busy?
Same as every day. I have Groundhog Day. I wake up in the morning, go to work, and a plethora of people show up. I make them better. I come home, eat dinner, and go to bed. And I wake up the next day, and it's the same thing all over again. Different people. Though.
And in that window where you get peace and quiet, I call you just to tell you that,
Well, that's what the drives are for. I talk to you on the way to and from. I have 45-minute drive both ways. So.
Yeah. So.
Terry, you've been teaching in Hawaii, right?
I did some stuff in Hawaii, and I'm back in snowy New Jersey right now, which is good.
Hello,
because
Donna White.
I was able to get some of this stuff together, which is was pretty hard work, but we got there. I'm really happy that everyone signed up, and we're excited to share the research that we've been doing and the brilliance that Mike has been sharing for 400 years.
390.
It'll be 400 by the end of the 2 weeks.
End of March, I'll be 400.
We get to spend a lot of time with Mike over the years, and distilling that down in a way that everybody can understand what we're doing is our goal this week. So.
Yeah, that's really what the winter workshop is all about. And for a lot of the people who are watching, you were probably a part of the one that happened back at, seems like forever ago, right at the beginning of the pandemic, when we did the first Ultimate Golf Lesson webinar. But there's been a lot of interesting / exciting things that have happened since then. And it's great to have such a fantastic cast of people to come talk again for this one. Some of the names are familiar from the last time around, but there's a lot of new panelists too. And I think as we've been talking about, Mike and Terry, I think the way this information can be applied out in the real world is a big feature of this particular workshop. This time, I know that's probably the bulk of the questions you get a lot, right? How do you take this information and put it out in the real world?
I was going through my but the last 75 days, I have not had one day that I didn't have somebody watching me give a golf lesson, a golf instructor, which is pretty amazing. So there are some hungry people who want to get better. We really want to thank Phil Cheatham for all the hard work he's done for us, verifying and discovering. Same thing with Mike Duffey and Sasha McKenzie, Scott Lynn, and JP Fernandez, and also Dr. Kwan, who Terry and I have got to spend some time with, another brilliant mind, and they just make us smarter and make what we do better. And my good friend and partner, Terry Rowles, who's probably the smartest guy in golf. Everybody used to say I was, but I think Terry might be smarter.
I'll pay you later, Mike.
Do you want my Venmo number?
No, I got it already. Don't worry. I was just ignoring it.
There's some questions coming through on the chat. I'll just say if you have specific questions for the panelists, please put them in the Q&A tab, not in the chat tab. But there's a question here. Yes, the webinar is recorded, so you will be able to watch it, go back over it again, study it. And I think that's obviously a great feature, because there's so much great content spread out over the 4 days, and then over the 4 days of a webinar, and over the 2 weeks that this is going to take place. So I've been listening to these guys for going on 2 years now, and there's stuff that I need to go over 2 or 3 more times just to make sure I've got it. So yes, they'll be recorded. You'll get a link as a part of when you sign up, and it goes to the emails for the registered participants for sure. I just want to give a little heads up about some of the scheduling. Today is the first day. Tomorrow, February 9th, is the first part of the first 2 days, and then we go again next Monday and next Tuesday, February 15th and February 16th for the second half of the webinar, and there will be some homework assignments in between. But today there's we're going to.
Did you explain to them that we had the Super Bowl as a warm-up act for us?
That was really the weekend. The weekend really wasn't doing the halftime show for the game. It was the pregame show for this.
That's right.
People didn't really know that.
We actually moved it for that reason.
But today there'll be an intro about what the ultimate golf lesson is, what the framework is that all this kind of drapes on, and then Mike is going to be talking about the screening process for the beginning of a golf lesson. Mike Duffey is here to talk about pelvis motion and ground reaction forces, and then Mikael Mattsson is going to talk about wearables and the world of measuring physiology and performance with wearables. That's a really interesting subject, one that I've been writing about at Golf Digest. There's all kinds of information out there, and a lot like the world of golf instruction itself. There's a fire hose of information out there, and how do you figure out what from that fire hose is useful for you, and then how do you actually act on that information when you get it? Mike, Terry, what are you guys excited about talking about this time versus the last time we all got together?
Well, I've been listening to the emails and messages and things like that. So in regards to questions about how to do tests, or, what do the tests mean, or, how do we do it in a sequence? All the questions I've had for the last year, I've really put into the design of this whole thing, including, I would say we've taught, thousands of people how to do the tests. Which is like a funnel, right? There's then a smaller number that actually do the tests. Then there's an even smaller number that understand the variables that the tests tell them, and an even smaller number that test every single student. So we want to help that percentage change. And when we look at people that learn it really well, they usually have spent some amount of time with us, watching us teach. And so we're trying to kind of bring that to the show, as it were. I have a bunch of lessons I already shared too, where I actually speak about the process as I'm doing it, as opposed to just, think of them as like externalizing my thoughts, as opposed to the actual kind of golf lesson. I mean, they are kind of golf lessons, but I'm also explaining much more than I normally would. Mike's got some, we've got some from our ambassadors and, kind of elite level instructors that we've trained over the world. So there'll be, additionally, I would say probably at least, 5 to 10 hours of almost like fly on the wall footage, which I really recommend, because maybe when you watch that, you go back and say, well, how do I do a test now in a different order? That's kind of the way I do it. I do it first and then learn it later.
So it's so interesting too, the mechanism for giving the lesson and the information that's a part of the lesson is important, but the artistry that goes into interacting with someone and responding to what they do or don't do. Yeah. I'm lucky that I get to go be a fly on the wall for lots of different lessons all over the country. Not so much in 2020, but before that, and the separator between when you can see someone getting it and someone not getting it. Sometimes it's hard to specifically put your finger on it and ask the right question to elicit what that difference is. But when you can watch a collection of lessons and see it in front of you, I think it's going to elicit some other questions and a lot of discussion. I mean, Mike, when all those people have been watching you for the last 75 days, what would you say they're the most surprised to see?
Was how fast everybody gets better, how fast I am to get right to what they need to work on. Right. Of those 75, I had to send one observer home because he was watching me teach, and after about an hour and a half, I asked him if he had a photographic memory. He said no. I said, I noticed you're not taking notes. He said no. I said, then you need to leave. He goes, why is that? I said, well, you're not taking notes and you don't have a photographic memory, so you're not hearing anything that's said, so you're just wasting my time and your time. Leave. I mean, it's all about helping people become better teachers. Keelan, you watched me teach for the last 2 months.
Mhm.
What have you learned?
I learned something different every day, to be honest. The main thing being when we test, everybody is predisposed to move in certain ways. And when we match that up, match somebody's grip to how they measure out, match their pivot, how their post-test results are, match their measurements of their arms and their forearm, upper arm. Mike gets it done in a pretty simple, direct manner, gets them right into it. And to be honest, within 5 or 10 minutes, I've watched them give between 10 and 20 lessons to beginners since I got down here at the start of January. And within 10 minutes, that beginner is already getting the ball airborne and taking divots. And like, it's very, very impressive.
How many lessons do you think you've observed since you've been?
I've been here for
300?
250, 300 lessons.
Does everybody get better?
Most definitely, yeah.
A lot better?
Yeah.
Do we increase club head speed?
Yeah, we rent it to them for a while, and then you tell them how to go away and own it and keep working on it. And everybody seems to be amazed at not only how simple it is, but a lot of them can't really understand how they're physically doing it. They're so surprised that they're actually capable of playing the golf that Mike teaches them how to play. So it's just another reason to back up why we test and why we measure, because it's pretty bulletproof, to be honest.
And that's a Kentucky accent, by the way, from Ireland.
So in terms of how do people get better at golf? We've got a good system for that. How do people get better at teaching? And in my opinion, it's through what Mike just said. It's some amount of learning, technical facets, but there's some amount of absorbing the skills of a teacher, and that's what we're trying to pass through this time. This is like an express apprenticeship, which is of the teachers that I've been around that are really great teachers. They've had some form of mentoring. So we're trying to provide some mentoring with the live videos, and in addition to the technical stuff. I think these days, people are very much focused on the what and not necessarily the how. Mike's going to talk about the how much more tomorrow night, in terms of like how we sequence everything. And about half the people, Mike, have been with us before and half not. So, we're going to definitely cover all of the tests. And to my point about the funnel, even the ones that have been with us before and are not testing for whatever reason, we want to make sure that you understand enough of the background to go back and test and understand what to do with it. So that's about it. So I think we're going to answer a lot of the general questions anyway during the content. So just really pay attention to Mike here the next 90 minutes or 2 hours, because this is really the foundation for what we do. But it is, I think, to Matt's point, a launching pad for you then to use your skills as a coach and help people to get better.
And that's really why this is called the ultimate golf lesson, because it's the ultimate golf lesson for the student. But I think for a coach, watching this happen, and one of my favorite phrases that we got to when we were doing all those three-way calls right at the beginning of COVID last year to talk about all this, is that there's no, when you talk about this, there's no outliers. It's easy to understand the context of every golf swing when you know the pieces that go into it. And so whether it's Jim Furyk or Jordan Spieth this weekend or Dustin Johnson winning over in Saudi, there's no outliers, and there are reasons why things work and why they don't. And whether you're a player or a coach, the closer that you can get to understanding why the elements work together and why they don't, the faster the improvement comes.
Hey, Matt, the weekend is a long time if you're mismatched. Which day on the weekend?
Does it feel like, does it the weekend at the Super Bowl where he was trapped in that glass room? That's probably what it felt like for Jordan Spieth off the tee on some of those shots.
That's tough. Yeah, that's a great golf course, by the way. There's 5 tee shots where you really have to hit it long and straight to really score and keep it out of trouble. And then, you have to be a good iron player, a good putter. I think it's a great tournament course, just on the side.
Well, I think if you look at the leaderboard, the fact that Steve Stricker and Brooks Koepka
right.
could be on the same leaderboard for entirely different reasons. It was really an interesting testimonial to the way they had it set up.
And, Jordan Spieth too.
Yeah. Terry, do you want to clean up some of the housekeeping questions now, or you want to cover them as we go along?
Go ahead, Terry.
So, well, we're going to record is being recorded, and as quickly as we can, we'll send that to everybody on the email that we have. So that's probably tonight or early tomorrow morning. Other than that, I think we had a pretty clean start here. It's going to be up for a year. There's a little bit of confusion whether it's a month or a year. We're going to leave it out for a year. And as I said, at the end of each day, I'm going to send some content. There'll be additional presentations that we couldn't squeeze into the time that I'll also send. So probably like Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, you'll get some additional content just to keep you busy in the meantime. And then, as I said, be a little bit patient with the general questions in terms of how do I do the testing and this and that, because obviously we're going to cover it and then we're going to go very far down the road of answering it. And so if you feel like at the end of Mike's presentation he hasn't answered the questions about testing, then please go ahead and fire away. I think that's the right time to do it.
Yeah, and that's really what this first section is designed to do. From Mike, we're going to cover a little bit of the same ground as the first session in the last go around back in the previous spring, but it took to catch people up who hadn't seen the first session, but then also to kind of to grow from that and move into some new territory. So if Mike, you want to take it away?
The cornerstone to our teaching is our screen system. Basically, what each screen does is it tells us exactly what's going to happen with the student's golf swing. It gives us a blueprint of how they swing the club. The first screen we like to do is we like to have them spread the arms out and measure from middle finger to middle finger, and we do it in front of the body because the club is swung in front of the body, and we try to see what the wingspan is. And we compare that wingspan to height. We have them do it with their shoes on because they play golf with their shoes on. What that gives us is, number one, it gives us backswing plane because longer arms produces an erect posture, which produces a flatter shoulder turn and a more erect arm swing, which is going to require more lateral motion to bring the club down. As you can see, the planes it dictates. Shoulder plane for longer arms. Torso plane for wingspans the same as the height. And hip plane or shaft plane for wingspan that is shorter than the height. You can see different backswings. Kuchar is much flatter because he's got shorter arms and height. Tiger's wingspan and height are the same. And Furyk's wingspan is longer than his height, so he swings more upright. The second screen we do is we measure from elbow to knuckle. We start with the middle knuckle on the right hand, if you're right-handed, and pull and measure all the way down to the tip of the elbow. And then we compare that to the tip of the elbow to the shoulder. That's going to give us a relationship between the forearm and upper arm. If it's the same, then the club's going to swing more down on the torso plane. The same, neutral, Tiger Woods is perfect, as is Justin Rose. If it's shorter, it's going to swing more, much flatter. Sergio Garcia is a perfect example of a shorter forearm than upper arm, which is always going to lower the plane in the downswing. And longer forearm will tend to elevate the golf club into a much higher plane. So downswing plane, hip swing with the shorter forearm. Torso plane is going to come down more on the right arm on the downswing or the hip plane. And that's when they're the same length. And if the forearm is longer than the upper arm, the club will come down more on the shoulder plane. There's Tiger in the middle, torso plane. So there are the three planes: shoulder plane, torso plane, and hip plane. The next screen we use is the right arm screen. We have you go down and touch the top of your knees, creating golf posture. Then we have them place the hands together with the right hand slightly lower than the left if you're right-handed, and left-handed lower if you're left-handed. Right-handers are going to swing the arms to the right, allowing the right arm to fold, trying to stabilize their shoulders and let the arms just go to where they go. Here's some examples. If your right arm starts to tuck early and the palm of the right hand is facing up, it is what we call an under golfer. If the right elbow moves back in line with the seam and the palms face forward, it is side on. And if you see the right elbow going back and up, you're going to be more of an on top golfer. Good examples of this would be on top would be Angel Cabrera, Jim Furyk, Vijay Singh. But between the on top golfer and the side on golfer is what we call side cover. And that's when the hand's going to be more at a 45-degree angle. Players like Rory McIlroy, Ricky Fowler, Patrick Reed, Brooks Koepka, Henrik Stenson are all side cover golfers. Side on is going to be more of a Justin Rose and Tiger Woods, Billy Horschel. The under is going to be more of a Zach Johnson or a Dustin Johnson. But between the under and side on, we have what is called side under, which is about 45 degrees. The side under golfers will be like a Justin Thomas. Adam Scott would be another perfect example. Patrick Cantley, Xander Schauffele, those are all side under golfers. So you're going to see great players fit into each one of these categories. Think of it this way. If my palm is in this position, it's what we call side on, and you'll grip the club on the side of the shaft. The elbow will be over the hip. Now watch what happens when my right hand moves to more on top. The right elbow begins to move out and up, creating a more on top position. This will also create a rear linkage because when they come down, the right elbow will be behind the hip. If I take the right hand and I move it to an under position, notice what my right elbow does. It moves in and forward into a more of a tuck position, which will create more side bend and front linkage, and it put it in a position where it's going to push to the right. Now, the grip is vital because number one, it controls backswing hinge. My hand in this position is going to be more of a horizontal hinge, also controls release, which is going to be more of a corner release. As soon as I move it to a 45-degree angle, this hinge moves more diagonal, moving the club up and out, and will release more down and left, which is what a side cover golfer does. If it gets more on top, it sets it more vertically and releases it more down and left. If I go from to side under, you notice it sets more inside and open and releases more out to the right in what we call an extension release. Pure under position, it goes way inside and releases more out to the right. So the grip is going to dictate the swing direction, the release type, and the hinge type. Also, where the right elbow is in the downswing relative to the right hip is linkage. Center linkage is when the right elbow is over the right hip. As soon as that right elbow gets ahead of the hip, it is called front linkage. And as soon as the right elbow gets behind the hip, it's called rear linkage. So side cover and on top will always have rear linkage, where the elbow rides behind the hip. Side under and under will always have front linkage, where the elbow's ahead of the hip. Side under and under will produce more side bend. It will also produce more lateral motion. If my right hand is in this position and I push with the right hand, the hips want to translate or move horizontally. If I put my hand in this position and push, the hips are going to want to open up. And if I put my hand in a more of a cover or on top position, when I push down, the hips are going to want to push up. So they affect ground reaction forces. The more under I am, the more lateral I move, the more side on, the more rotational, the more on top, the more vertical. Well, between under and side on is what we call side under. And it'll benefit from both because the side under will produce more lateral and rotation, and between side on and on top is what we call side cover, which will produce more vertical and rotation. So it's very important to get the grip right because it controls the hinge, the backswing direction, the angle of attack, the linkage, where the right elbow is relative to the right hip is, controls the release, and it also controls the ground reaction forces. The shoulder external rotation screen. The amount of external rotation you have has direct relationship to how the club starts down. So you're going to place a hand in the middle of their back, right behind the shoulder, and at the elbow. And all you have them do is rotate the right arm back. If the right arm stays forward, they're going to have a steeper downswing. If the right arm tilts back, example like this, it will shallow the right arm coming down into more an under position. So you can have an on-top golfer like Matthew Wolf here, who has a ton of rotation, and you'll see right hand on top, takes the club back and outside. Because of his external shoulder rotation, he's able to drop the club in and hit it from the inside. Ricky Fowler is another one who's more of an on-top side cover golfer who has a ton of external rotation, shoulder rotation. So when Ricky goes back, notice where the club goes. It goes back and up. See how the right hand stays on top? Proper set. And then the external rotation drops the club in to the torso plane and allows him to hit the golf ball. Sergio Garcia, another one, on-top golfer, has a shorter forearm. His wingspan is the same, so he's going to go back on the torso plane. Has a shorter forearm, so the club will want to drop down. Plus, he has a ton of external rotation, and the club will drop in the slot coming down. So the club goes back outside, in line with the right arm, because the wingspan is the same. Watch the club drop in because of the rotation. See how it drops in? It's the external shoulder rotation, and shoulder arm drops it down to the hip plane. The right hand stays on top the entire way, and he pushes down and left. The external rotation of the right shoulder is going to dictate a lot in the lower body. If the arm is straight up and down in this position, it's going to be a spin when you mark your chart. If you're like me and mine has very little rotation, actually moves forward, it's going to be steeper, so you're going to add a vertical. If it's only about 45 degrees in this position, it's going to be a spin and launch, another spin and a vertical. If you're able to get back about to this position, it's going to be a spin and glide, and all the way back is a glide. To determine the post, we place a club across the top of the thighs, and all we do is we have them pivot. If they pivot back around the left, it's going to be front post. Back around the right is rear, and back around the center is what we call center post. When we're testing for posts, we place the club across the top of our thighs or hips. And all we're going to do is we're focusing on, we just have them turn. If you pivot back and your weight goes this direction, it's going to be a front post golfer. If they pivot back and move to the right like I do, they're going to be rear. If you see right hip going deeper and left hip going forward and they stay more centered, that is a center post. Front post golfers, what Dr. Duffey was just describing, they use the ground differently. They load and push into the ground up. So they're going to be more of vertical players. So you mark vertical on your chart. The rear post has to shift to the right. Then they're going to push off the right foot to move to the left. And then they're going to use a back and up braking action where they're pushing back and up with the left leg to create a break to hit the shot. So they're pushing hard with the right leg to get to the left side. Once they get there, they're going to use torque and verticals to pushing back away from the target to create a braking action and accelerating the club. Where center post is going to use a little more torque, and we'll use verticals. There's a little bit of glide, more torque, and they use verticals to create a braking action. So here's the hypothesis. Post, front equals launch, center equals a spin, and rear equals a glide. So when we go to this chart, with the post, we will, front will go to launch, center will create a spin, and rear will create a glide. Right hand influences. On top is a launch, because when we push down, it causes the body to go up. Side, cover. Since it's two things, it's both side and cover, we will get side and cover, we will get a spin and a launch. If it is side on, it is spin. If it is side and under, it's two things. It's both side and under. So it'll get side will cause a glide or horizontal or lateral, and under a spin. The side will create the spin, the under will create the glide. If I place my right hand into an under position, notice how the elbow goes forward. When it goes forward and I push with the right hand, the hips want to move in a more horizontal fashion. If I take my right hand, I place it up against there, and I push with my hand, you notice how the hips want to open up. If I place my hand on top and I push down, you notice how the hips want to move up. So right hand grip has a huge bearing on what happens with the ground reaction forces. And then under is pure glide. Now longer arms equal, when the longer arms are, we have longer arms, the posture gets more erect, shoulders turn flatter, the arms have to swing more upright. So longer arms will produce a glide action. If your wingspan is equal to your height, it's going to be a spin. If your wingspan is less than your height, it's going to be a launch. Hip differential. What we use is we're going to push with the hips. Place the hand about, you're going to be about impact position. So slightly forward to center. And you don't push with the hands, you hold the hands there, but you push with the hips. You'll have an alignment rod across through the belt loop, and you see where it is relative to the alignment rod on the ground, which is going to give you exactly what you need to be. So it's greater than 45, it's going to be more spin. It's equal to 45, it's spin and launch. It's less than 45, it's going to be launch. If your hips are greater than 45, that's when we put the alignment stick across the top of our, through our waist, right through our belt loops. We place a shaft at a 45-degree angle between our legs, and we push against the wall using our hips to create the force, and we see where we are. If it's less than 45, it's going to be a launch. If it's greater than 45, it's going to be a spin, and if it's equal to 45 around there, there's a combination in spin and launch. Then all you do is you add up the totals, and it gives you exactly what you are. Let's say you have 3 glides, 2 spins, and a launch. So we're going to work really hard on creating a lot of linear motion. If we have more spins than glides and launches, spin is what we work on. If we have more launch, we work on vertical. Whatever it totals out to be, that's what we work on. When teaching with ground reaction forces, there are three things you look at. The kinetic sequence, which both Scott and JP talked about, which is the sequence of the movement. Almost 100% of the players that we've tested utilize where it happens where they move linear or horizontal first, they spin second, and they use verticals third. It's always in that sequence. If they're out of sequence, then you need to get them back in the correct sequence because they won't hit it as well. Now the peak force windows, the timing of it. This is very important. From somewhere around transition to a position where the left arm is basically at the 10 o'clock position or 45-degree angle, your peak, glide, lateral, or horizontal must occur. Now the torque is going to happen between the 10 o'clock position and 9 o'clock position, where the left arm is at 45 and moves to parallel to the ground. That is when your peak torque must occur. And peak verticals must occur between, in the window from left arm parallel to the ground, 9 o'clock, to left arm to shaft parallel to the ground, or 8 o'clock. That is when it must happen. Watch very carefully. Keegan Badley, peak lateral happens when his left arm is just at 45. The middle one is torque. Peak torque happens when his left arm is parallel to the ground. His peak verticals happen when the shaft is parallel to the ground. Watch Kuchar. Peak lateral, which he doesn't have a lot of. Peak torque happens with the left arm parallel to the ground, which he has a ton of. His peak verticals happen when the shaft is parallel to the ground. Watch Sergio. Left arm at 10 o'clock position, peak lateral. Peak torque when the left arm is parallel to the ground. And peak vertical when the shaft is parallel to the ground. One of the things we do when we're teaching the grip stuff, we'll have them put the paddle on the right hand, and we'll have them place the right hand in a position that their grip is. If they're side on, it'll be right here, right beside the shaft, and we'll have them push the shaft waist high to waist high so they can feel the action. They'll feel the club releasing and coring. If the arms separate, that means the left arm is pulling too much. We want to make sure that right hand is pushing the entire time. If they are side under, we place the club in a side under position, about at a 45-degree angle, or whatever depending upon how much under they are. There we will have them swing waist high back to waist high through and push. When they do that, they'll feel the swing direction wanting to move to the right and the club wanting to release into more of a corner extension release. Under, same thing. It's under and they push and it goes farther right and extends farther out. Now side cover is going to be in wherever the right hand position is. We place it there and we swing waist high to waist high, pushing. They'll feel the swing direction want to move much more to the left and release differently. More of a side and a corner cover release. As the right hand moves more on top, same thing, pushes down, it wants to go more left. We hit balls with this also, but when we do that, we want to make sure the ball is teed up and we want to just help them to create a feel. Now, another thing we do is we will have them set up. Let's say they are an under golfer and we want them to hit draw. So we'll close the club face and have them grip it their normal way, till they get, which is reality, an under grip. But we close the club face and about 15 to 20 degrees, and we tell them to hit the ball straight. Well, after they've hooked a couple to the left, their mind will teach them that they need to swing farther out to the right to get the ball to go to the target. Have it not as close and hit it until they can do it on their own, and then we allow them to use the new grip. We'll do the same thing for side cover or on top. The more on top they are, the more the face will be open. We tell them to hit the ball straight, the ball goes off to the right, so they teach themselves to swing farther to the left to keep the ball in play. For a side cover, it's going to be less open at address, and we have them tell them to hit it straight and In no time, they're swinging to the left and producing a nice little fade. We'll actually place alignment sticks in the ground at an angle about the same as the shaft angle, okay? We'll place it about 8 inches outside the target line and about 2 feet back, stuck in the ground, and in this position. What that does is teaches them to swing under, and then we have the same 2 feet to the left of our body, same angle, about 6 to 8 inches inside the target line. We tell them to swing under the first one and over the second one. That's for side under and under golfers. Now, if they're side cover or on top, we'll do the same thing, 6 to 8 inches inside, 2 feet back at the shaft angle, and then we'll do the same thing outside, 6 to 8 inches, 2 feet back, 2 feet to the left, and 6 to 8 inches outside it, angle at the same angle as the shaft. And we tell them to swing above the back one and below the one closest to the target. Always hit shots waist high to start off, and always tee the ball up. Eventually, they'll be able to make full swings, and all of a sudden, the balls will start to go on line. We also use slopes. Down slopes is great for teaching on top golfers, because if you try to swing under or side on, you're going to hit behind it. So to hit a correct down slope, the club has to swing down and to the left. So we will have them hit shots off a down slope. If they're side cover, if they're more side than cover, we will have them diagonally down the slope to the right so that they will work it and feel it. If they're more cover than side, then we will have them go diagonally down the slope to the left, which produces more of a downward and less side. If they are under golfers, we have them hit balls off an upslope. And you have to, in order to hit a ball off an upslope, you have to swing up the slope or into out. So that gives them the feeling what they need to have. If they are side under, we will angle the body to the right, swing up the slope. This will give them more, if they're more under than side, it'll help them hit the shots. If we angle them to the left, it'll give them more side than under, but it's still side under. Both are great ways of teaching how to utilize it. Now, somebody asked me about what we do for the different ground reaction forces, okay? Well, we did a video on that, and I'm gonna tilt this down a little more. We have two little objects. One is the gas pedal, and one is a little device that has a pad that goes in the middle. And what this does is allows me to angle it. So if I'm a rear post golfer, this is gonna be angled to the right, and I'm gonna put this on the inside of my foot, but it's gonna be more to the right, my foot, because this is gonna push towards the target, where this has gotta push back and up to create a braking action to hit the shot. If I am more side on, it's gonna be more into the middle of my foot, and I'm gonna work more of a torquing action, where I'm more center posted. So there'll be a little shift to the left, and then I will torque and push. So I'll have rotation and verticals. And I'm not pushing as far to the right as I do with a rear post golfer. Front post golfer, it's under the ball of the foot, and you are constantly pushing down and up. You're going to find that you're not really moving back to the heel. You're pushing more up, and you'll see the heels actually come off the ground. Okay, this is a close-up of it. It has a device on a little rod, so it can sit and hold and push. The force pedal is great because the way it works, when you push down into it, it will always respond and push back. So you have to push harder, and then it pushes you back. So you have the feeling of what the ground reaction forces are.
That's an interesting question, Mike. We talked about this the other day. Matt Rudy can probably chime in on this. You know, when we hang out with young teachers, or when you were a young teacher, someone said that they had a lesson with you when you were young, but you're a very successful teacher and coaching tour players. Matt, you do you're pretty involved with ranking teachers, and Golf Digest has the top 40 under 40. It's really interesting how we can kind of in advance predict who's going to be a successful teacher or not, from their demeanor, the questions they ask, whatever. How would you account for that, Mike? That we pretty much can tell who's going to be good. Some people can take the information and run with it, and some people don't engage their brain all that much. That's a nice way of saying it.
Basically, the ones who are going to become great teachers are the ones who never quit trying to learn. They're always trying to improve and get better and better and better at what they're doing. And it's not just so much, understanding the cause and effect, the mechanics of it. It's understanding the delivery and reading people and being able to communicate to them. I mean, when it comes right down to it, if we can't communicate the information to the student in front of us, it doesn't matter how good the information is. You look at two teachers, probably Jim Flick was probably the best communicator that ever walked the planet. Ben Doyle was one of the smartest and most knowledgeable people. Jim Flick could get more out of a student than Ben Doyle, even though Ben had better information because of his bedside manner and his ability to convey a message to the student and help them to square the club up and get it in the middle of the club face every time.
I'm excited. Go ahead, Matt. Sorry.
I was just going to say, I don't, of all the teachers I've been around, I've been doing this at Golf Digest going on 22 years and spent time with everybody from you guys to Haney to Led, I mean, you name it, written 30 some golf books. I haven't found a teacher yet that's been a terrific teacher who's said, well, I don't need to know that, or I don't want to know more information. I mean,
can you just average that for me so I can put it in a smaller box?
You guys are tired of hearing me talk about Randy Smith, but I mean, Randy's one of my favorite people on the planet. He's no one's description of a super modern golf instructor who's using every piece of data you can find in a lesson. However, he understands how it works, and if he has a student, he wants to take every bit of information he can get that will help that student and figure out ways to communicate that information. Now, if you listen to that lesson, just like you would listen to a lesson from, say, Butch Harmon, it might not sound like a lesson from someone like, a more technical teacher who's using, very specific data. But to say that those teachers don't understand that data would be, I think, a misunderstanding of what you're watching and
who you're dealing with.
Right, and I think if you're teaching, you're searching for anything that will unlock the door for that student. And I don't think you can afford to be an instructor that says, well, I'm just not going to pay any attention to that diet stuff, or that, the way the brain works, or, the way, if you look at stuff like Mike Jacobs is looking at, and forces and torques in the golf swing. I mean, you can dispute it if you want, but to not understand where it's coming from and to dismiss it out of hand and say it's not useful, I think it's your obligation as a coach to go find out what those frontiers are, so you can have an intelligent conversation with your student.
But see,
yeah, I'm excited to have. Go on.
Our job isn't to convey it. Our job is to take the complex and to communicate in a manner that the student can understand and be able to replicate it.
Right.
One of the biggest myths of all is everybody says, well, Mike Adams and David Ledbetter are very, very technical teachers. Well, Terry, you've watched enough lessons from me. Would you consider me a technical teacher?
No, I think every coach at the highest level is firstly connecting with the person in front of them, whether that be, mocking them or sympathizing with them, depending. And that adaptability is a remarkable thing. I did an interview with Ledbetter the other day. It's on my Instagram, and if you listen carefully to what he's saying, he puts himself in the other person's shoes, and he's really, I think all teachers are able to, somehow connect with the other person. And we've got Dr. Klein coming on in the interim, in between the weeks, and he presented exactly kind of what we're talking about to me 2 days ago. Understanding that some people need attaboys and some people are at different stages of the am I ready to learn cycle, and so you got to you got to understand if they, when they need the right information, and when they're ready for it, and when they need the attaboy, right? And so there's these things that are going on. So I think to answer the question, why was Mike a great coach 25 years ago? Because he has a really great ability to connect with the person in front of him, to help him recognize the timing and kind of velocity of the information he's giving. As Matt Rudy says, sometimes you can drink from a fire hose, and sometimes you need to take a few drips. And the skill of the coach is to be able to understand that. If you're working with tour players, they've already done it as well, right? So you can help them guide themselves.
There's also an artistry to creating a style for yourself that's consistent, so people know what they're getting. When they come to see Mike Adams, they're getting a Mike Adams lesson, they're getting a Terry Rowles lesson. So there's a consistency to that style, yet the communication that you would have with one particular student isn't necessarily the same as it would be for somebody else. Just like I wouldn't want my 12-year-old to get the same lesson that Brooks Koepka got. I mean, the expertise that, it's the same expertise, just like the operating system on my Mac that I'm looking at here is the same if I'm trying to write something in Microsoft Word as it is if I'm trying to make something in Final Cut. I think that, the interface, the guts are the same, but the way that you interact with someone, it has to be based on what they can accept from you and where they are in the sequence. And it's not just dumping a bunch of stuff on them and saying, well, you figure it out.
I agree.
And I think, so you could look at that from 10,000 foot view and say, well, Mike was quote unquote a successful teacher 20 years ago, and he's still a successful teacher. But if you ask Mike, how is the efficiency of your lesson? How much are you now able to go beyond the tests and pay attention to what the person needs in front of you versus 20 years ago?
I mean, it's not even close, because what's happened is the time that I'm able to get to the root problem, root cause, is much faster now. I'm able to fix them much faster. I'm able to communicate it in a way that's easier for them to understand and for them to duplicate it. I was a successful teacher, but I was working on the old school. I was looking at video, going through and making suggestions of what we did. And basically the starting point was we threw it against the wall, and what stuck, we worked with that. But now we actually know where we start in the lesson. Every lesson that you and I give has a beginning, a middle, and an end. We are able to get the student hitting the ball better than they've ever hit it in their life. Now, what we're also able to do is give them a drill package that's going to allow them to turn that and own that. Because like Keelan said earlier, when we get them hitting at 15, 20 miles an hour longer, with 15 to 20 miles an hour more clubhead speed, they're only borrowing or renting it. Our job is to teach them a way that they can take that home and start to incorporate it, and they start to own it, because that's what it's all about, is learning how to own what the lesson was. And I mean, that's what we become so much better at. I become better every day. I mean, Terry, watching you teach is like watching a virtuoso.
Symphony. Do you want me? Oh, there you go. I'll find a word for you.
I had it, virtuoso. And you do a phenomenal job of measuring and determining what needs to happen. And you have the ability to communicate it with an English accent, which makes it cooler. And
you charge more.
Better.
You charge more for that.
Can you charge more for an English accent? I'm going to start working on one. But
English lives matter too. That's enough racism.
I wish I could write an English accent. I could charge more for that.
Cool.
You got enough.
It's all about.
Duffey is going to come on a little bit earlier. I got a question here, which is really important to address, because this is a common one. Do you have to make any adjustments for forearm and shoulder alignment for those who have top, side, and under grips? This person tends to see top cover students with open shoulders and forearms to the left of the torso. Do you make sure that the forearms and shoulders are square, Mike?
No.
Make sure that they're not is what we do.
Right. I mean, they should not be square.
Yeah, so you're going to see somebody with a weaker trail hand grip is going to have open shoulders. Somebody with a stronger trail hand grip is going to have closed shoulders, and that's a very important relationship that is setting up for the golf swing. Generally speaking,
Well, that's where Rory's is off.
right.
Because Rory
Generally,
is a side cover golfer with open shoulders and tell him, go on.
so generally speaking, if you're a side cover golfer, you set up with your right arm, trail arm higher, and it's higher throughout the whole golf swing. It never goes under. And if you're an under golfer, it sets up lower than your left arm, lead arm. And as you swing back, the right arm, trail arm is under your lead arm. So, if you start level, then you can go both ways. So if you want a two-way miss, that's the way to do it. So let's see what else we got here. So let's see. So Mike, you have an interesting group of peers that you're in the Hall of Fame with. Going back to coaching skills, you're looking at your Hardy and your Ledbetter and McLean and these guys. Harry Varden. How was Harry Varden as a coach?
We used to hang out a lot. No.
Oh, okay. But he knew you. Other than, teaching a system, what have you, what kind of characteristics do you think they all shared as a group?
Well, the one things that, I know that Ledbetter and Hardy and McLean and Butch, they all deal with the people in front of them according to what that person is capable of doing and how they need to swing the club. I don't think they teach a system. I think they teach people, which is the key to being a great teacher. Is you work with the person in front of you. You take care of their idiosyncrasies, their strengths and weaknesses. You figure out the cause and effect that's preventing them from hitting the golf ball. Get the geometry right and get them to swing correctly. That's all it is. We're just about measuring and helping the instructor find the student's geometry and then making it work.
I'm sorry, I was just reading a question there. There's a saying, when all you have is a hammer, the whole world is nails. And, we have Mikael Mattsson on here soon, and he's on here listening. If you think about it, at the end of a tournament round or a weekend of drinking and golfing that an amateur golfer might do, they come to you and say, well, I played terrible this weekend. And a lot of people don't ask any questions. It's like, oh, really? Let's have a look at your swing. And then they just fix their swing, right? And so it's like, there is even more to it than just fixing swing. So what we're talking about significantly is, how to test and how to at least organize the swing information. But there's skills to being a great coach, which is why we've brought some other people onto the roster for this particular event. Mike, have you ever helped any baseball players in your time?
Yes.
So how many made it into the MLB?
I've had over almost 50, 49, I think 49 or 48 players that I taught as kids how to play baseball and may end up becoming Major League Baseball players.
They probably made more money than your golfers.
Probably.
Yeah. So that just goes to show that
coaching is coaching.
Coaching, exactly. That's my point. And, that needs to be addressed too. So, it's like the way I look at it and the way that you've addressed it in your career and other people is, I look at communication and the ability to understand other people and, the physiology of it, understanding anatomy. Every little piece helps, right? And so when we then come across a great coach, referring back, they have curiosity, which is probably the most important attribute. And so we start to tell someone like Andrew Park or Josh Zander or someone, some of the great teachers out there, Tina Toombs, Doug Spencer, they have a lot of human characteristics in place already. And so when they start to apply the system, it's on top of a good foundation, right? And so I think in addition to, working on what we're talking about now, it's also important to understand, how to deal with people, how to understand the human body. Understand the thing that's in front of you.
I agree.
Duffey is almost here. So, which is famous last words. We've spent quite a lot of time with Dr. Duffey, and his almost is not quite. So we'll see. Dan Goucher asks, good people to learn from. Well, you're going to learn a lot from Dr. Klein this week, which probably is going to direct you. Everything's a rabbit hole, right? So, he's going to give you some ideas, and he's going to tell you where he got those ideas. I personally studied with a guy called John Grinder, 15 years ago, who was really good at. He started NLP, so even something along the lines of Tony Robbins' Unlimited Power. There's a lot of good chapters in there which help you to understand how to listen, how to talk, stuff like that. So, and he basically learned it from John Grinder. So, oh, here he is. I was just doing some sacrilege saying that you're on the slower side, Mike, but you're early, and I appreciate that. Someone asks, what would happen if the wingspan test came out longer so the player would be steep? That doesn't necessarily make them steep, sorry. But the player has shorter forearm. You want to just talk about how longer wingspan, shorter forearm would affect a golf swing, Mike?
Longer forearm would take the club back more upright. Shorter forearm and longer arms would take the club back more upright, and a shorter forearm would drop it down into a lower plane. It's real simple.
Dr. Duffey?
Good afternoon.
How are you doing, my friend?
All right, I think I have all of my marginally appropriate videos ready for you.
Yeah, I appreciate the. You sent me a video of Big Brother yesterday. It took 5 minutes out of my life that I'll never have back again.
Hang on, it was Big Brother UK version, so Terry liked it.
No, I didn't. So Mike, what are you going to talk about today?
So I'm going to try to build off of was it last April that we got to do one of these?
That was it. It was.
So we got to talk pretty specifically about. Well, I'll narrow it down a little bit. The pelvis and the center of mass really move pretty tightly for most of the swing, so it's a nice visual parallel. The center of mass has good mechanical meaning for calculating kind of the rotational acceleration that's going to be created. Or if you want to speak golf, sort of that's the main point around where we create the rotational speed.
Cool.
So knowing where that is pretty helpful. And you guys gave me a fun project to take a look at, sort of from right to left, lead to trail, where that is, how does that play a role in sort of power, speed generation as we look at it from the ground. And that was a nice sort of technical exploration, which I had fun with. And so I want to come back and take a look at that. But as we look more at the teaching application, so there's the sway and slide, the right to left movement. But there's also the up and down and the front to back. So I'm actually going to try to go with a relatively low science version today. And
good for us.
Yeah, who knew? And what I think is happening is people are starting to say, all right, well, if I see a slide toward the target, I know somebody put together a good lateral push.
Right.
So that power generation must be there. And actually, it's a very nice idea. It's actually not a great idea. So I want to try to peel apart a little bit to say, or to show a little bit the difference between creating power and creating movement. And then to say, all right, well, if you have the force analysis, which is great, to say, okay, well, if you want to add this in, kind of the four key components. So what's the goal? if you want to add that in, what do you need to have available?
Mhm.
And then the third part is what's the right time? And then the flip side of the what do you have to have available? What's the danger? What do you need to watch out for?
Right.
And the easy one. So if you want to use that lateral, no big surprise, it is going to create some movement toward the target. So you need to have to give away a third of the talk. You have to have room to create some movement toward the target. There are good ways to do that, and not so good ways to do that.
Yeah, I actually just sent everybody a presentation that I did about how you have to create space. That's kidding. So,
Awesome.
so I'm going to let you go. So, Mike Duffey, biomechanist. What projects are you working on these days? Are you still involved with Penn State?
I have. You guys have. There are sort of three things that have popped up with you guys indirectly that have filled my time. Gasp is. I've held off on Gasp for a while. That's about to really fill up my time. I've got a little similar project to this with Chris that I'm going to do later this week, and then starting next week, it's going to be a lot of Gasp and putting together their online education.
Right.
But coming up, I think tomorrow is David speaking. Is he
Yes, he is.
Yeah. So
David Adele.
Yeah, he threw some data my way that was really cool to look at. So I've got my final stuff back to him a week or so ago.
He is unbelievably excited.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun. And then, it was one project, and I decided to sort of take it three ways and then dial it back in. But that was a really cool one. So I'm interested to hear what he's presenting tomorrow, and then finish up on that. So,
cool.
So yeah.
Well, let's get you going then. Thanks for being with us.
I'm going to switch some screens around and hopefully do this without completely crashing out everything. All right. Whoops. All right, Terry, I'm going to ask you just to make sure that if you can keep your sound on for a second. Let me make sure I am sharing the screen I mean to share. So do you have a pretty basic slide?
Of kinetics.
Yes. Okay.
You have no idea how happy that makes me.
Well, that's because you came up with the wording. So
might be true. No, but the fact that I can actually see it is very, very satisfying.
Oh. All right. So I love the kinetics, the forces that create the movements. Obviously the movement of the club head, and then delivered to the ball, and then the flight, the movement of the ball is what makes golf the great sport that it is. I enjoy the kinetic side of understanding how we create that, and I think we've had a great evolution over the last 5 to 7 years of understanding how we use forces to create those movements. I spend most of my time looking at the ground forces. Sasha and Phil have done a lot of work tying together what the forces the hands do as far as how the movement of the body influences the club, which I think is a great other side of things. I spend less time there, but I think those are really the two places that the real action happens. So to go through some some quick definitions. Kinetics are the forces. They're what create the movements themselves. I'm going to be talking specifically about ground reaction forces, and the main movements that I'm going to be assessing today are movements of the center of mass. The visible part of that is going to be, if you're looking on video, it's going to be movement of the pelvis itself. Right up until sort of the last quarter of downswing or so, the center of mass is located pretty close to the center of the pelvis, and they almost move in parallel for most golfers, quite closely. So it's sort of the best visual assessment of where the center of mass is. As far as the visual explanation of what you're going to see, you're going to see a lot of examples just with a golfer with 2 force plates underneath and some arrows sticking up. Those arrows are the ground reaction forces. They show how the golfer is using the ground to try to make his or her body move. And again, I'm going to be showing the real result is going to be what that player's body is moving, or what movements are being created because of those ground reaction forces. And again, this is going to be a relatively low science, heavy teaching application afternoon for me. But there are certainly those that really, even with that, don't love science. So for those that want to get the first 5 minutes and then tune out for the actual 20 minutes or so of science type stuff, this next part is for you. I'm going to be talking really about sort of 2 ways to create rotation. And on the next slide, I'll try to explain why rotation is so dominant in the golf swing as far as the production of power and speed. But to keep it super simple, I'll talk about the option of creating a pure twist versus the push. And as always, it comes down to Terry Rowles and this dancing. So on one side, we've got a very classic dancing style. This is the twist, and it's a very nice dance style, well established. Obviously, fine looking dancer there. We'll call him Mike. And the other option here is the more modern style, younger, certainly West Coast influence. And we won't refer to this person by his initials, of course, but we'll call him Terry. And so we've got the twist version and the push version. And so I'm going to take about, again, 15, maybe 20 minutes and sort of explain the science side of the difference between these two in golf. And then the last 15 or 20 minutes, I'm just going to go through swing examples to take a look at what the golfer to ground interaction is, and what the speed component is that each creates, and what the linear movement creation is there. So that's the coming 40 minutes or so in a nutshell. Now I break down in science. We break down movements into 2 categories. They can be linear motions or rotational moments. And I think golf instruction does, I'll say, a good job. It's a very similar approach in that in science, we break down these. In instruction, we have pelvis sway and thrust and lift. You might refer to it as hip sway and hip thrust. But the idea is that is, whether you're using a 3D system or 2D system or just old-fashioned eyeballs, that's movement in a straight line. So that'd be the linear motion. And then we have, whether it's pelvis turn, pelvis rotation, or shoulder turn, those are the rotational movements. So those are the 2 categories of motion that I'm going to be talking about. And in my view, very strongly, I feel that linear motions are truly used for positioning in the golf swing. Rotation is what creates power in a golf swing. Linear motions do not actually create power. I won't say they create none, but they create very, very, very little power actually in the golf swing. The straight line motions are what I hope to show at the end of this is they're an artifact. They're sort of a leftover effect of trying to create rotational power. And I'll actually put out a couple of quick examples here. So on the left here, and Terry mentioned, for those that don't know me, I spent most of 20 years at Penn State, either as a grad student, then back as a faculty member before moving out into the private world. So I'll pick a world champion here from Penn State. So this is Joe Kovacs. He was a world champion shot putter in 2019. And the one real rule for shot put is that the put is really a synonym for a push. You need to your final motion with a shot put is your hand needs to travel in a straight line, which is something as humans we try to not do. All of our movements we typically try to do in circles. That's how we create velocity. So he took a 16-pound ball, and in his world championship throw, he threw it 75 feet. And I tried to show his hand path in a very nearly straight line. Now, everything else about his throw was rotational. So he rotated his shoulders, he rotated his hips, he used all that rotation, but his hand had to travel in a straight line. So he was a world champion, elite level athlete, best in the world. 16-pound ball, he threw it 75 feet. In this next picture over here, we have Tyler Stevens, who I think was a very nice guy competing in some Scottish games down in a regional, I think it was a Texas event. And so he essentially took a 28-pound weight, not a world-class athlete. He's a well-built dude down in Texas. So he took a 28-pound weight, stuck a handle on it, and he threw it 100 feet. So he took a heavier ball and out threw the world champion by 25 feet. And the difference was not training, not elite level athleticism. It's he was allowed to use rotation. So rotation is, for the human body, that's where we create speed. Linear movement is great. It allows us to fine tune things. But whenever we can use rotation, that's the best way for us to create speed and to create velocity. So here okay. So a couple quick definitions as we work through some of this. Force, if you remember some of this from classes long ago, force creates acceleration. So you'll see times when you see high forces. That usually doesn't mean that, at the same time you have a high force, you'll see a high velocity. In fact, very rarely do you feel that. So using for a car, the highest acceleration is in an automobile, typically with a traditional combustion engine, is you push the floor you push the pedal to the floor, and you have the greatest acceleration when your velocity is zero. Usually when your car is going 40 or 50 miles an hour, you can't achieve that same kind of acceleration. So we tend to see the highest acceleration at low velocity. Conversely, we tend to see lower acceleration, lower forces at times of high velocity. So when you see the velocity, when you see things moving fast, don't think that's when you have high forces. In fact, again, it's usually typically the opposite. Usually by the time we have high velocity, high movements, the forces have dropped off. The other thing, I flip things around a little bit, just as a quick reminder down here on the left. One of the really important things to keep in mind if you're ever looking at ground force stuff is the relationship. So acceleration is related to both the force and the mass. So if you have more and more force, typically you end up with more and more acceleration. However, it's the opposite for mass. As you apply the same force with more and more mass, you have a lower acceleration. So we've I think gladly gotten away from people talking about putting out 100 pounds of force or 150 pounds of force or 100 kilos of force. I think the Europeans were lucky to stay away from our early units. We should always be presenting this kind of information relative to each person's body weight, because a 100-pound force will be very different for a 100-pound person than for a 200-pound person. So whenever we're looking at these things, comparing actual raw units like pounds or newtons or kilograms for two different golfers is not a good idea. So moving on. All right, so we have the option of creating linear motion. We have the option of creating rotational movements. In the end, for golf, we want the vast majority of this to create rotational movement. That's how we're going to create speed. So the goal is to find out how we do it, and that's where we're going to spend a lot of time. And the question is going to be, what's a good way to create rotation with or without linear? And I'll start with looking at, well, if you only have one force available, if you only apply one force, you're always going to have some linear acceleration. It's always going to create a straight line movement. And for that, I'll use the classic example of picking up a golf club. And if you pick up a golf club, and especially if you do it right at the sort of balance point of the golf club, then you'll lift it straight up in the air. So you're applying a single force, it'll move in a straight line. Now, if you apply that force out toward the grip of the club, what you know is that it'll start to lift up, but you'll also start to create some rotation. So when you have one force applied, it'll try to move in a straight line, but it may also create rotation. And so I'll explain why that happens a little bit. But in fact, I'll skip. I don't know. We'll take a look at this for a second. So where it's going to rotate, I figured I'd throw a little baseball example in here. So if an object has its own way, it likes to rotate around its center of mass. So a baseball bat, like a club, while you're holding it, it's going to be forced to rotate around our hands. So you'll see right there, it's rotating around the batter's hands. But later on, when it's free to fly through the air, it's trying for the most part to rotate around the center of mass, which is about 2/3 of the way up the shaft of the bat. So again, on its own, if it has its own choice, it's going to rotate around its own center of mass. But if there's something else holding on to it or attached to it, that's going to affect where the object rotates. So in this case, it has its own center of mass. That's where it would like to rotate. You're applying a force out to one side. So again, going back to school, that the amount of rotation it's going to create, what you've done, you've created a torque. And that's the amount of force you've applied, multiplied times the distance. And I think most people recall or know that if you apply a force and you put it, as we said, right through the middle of that balance point, it creates no rotation. If you apply it near that balance point, it will create a little bit of rotation, but it won't try to rotate much. If you apply that force way out here at the grip end, then it's going to create a lot of rotation because that's a large moment arm. So that torque, that rotational acceleration is a product of both the force and how far away from the center of mass it's being applied. So again, when you have a single force being applied, it's always going to try to make it move in a straight line. Where that force gets applied, that's what determines whether or not it's going to be only in a straight line or if it's going to move in a straight line plus rotation like we saw with the baseball bat. All right. So we saw examples of things moving in a straight line plus rotation. Now we're going to try to figure out how we can create a rotation only. So for this, we'll look at the example of a doorknob. Since Valentine's Day is coming up, we'll use a nice heart-shaped doorknob here. So when you grab a doorknob, it rotates perfectly about the middle. Right? It doesn't move up and down. It doesn't move sideways. So it only turns. In fact, what we've created here is the perfect twist. So if you picked up on my dancing reference earlier, in one example that we're getting to in a moment, you'll see what a push does. Here we've got a twist. So we're applying a force up on one side and a force down on the other side. And what that does is it creates a perfect twist. In this example, we have an equal and exactly opposite force on both sides. One's up, one's down. So if we add those two together to create a resultant or net force, the actual total force or net applied, in this case, let's say it was plus 10 up and minus 10 down, that net or resultant force is 0. So all we're left with is a twisting effect, that torque, but no net resultant, or sorry, no net force. So there's no interest in moving up or down. That doorknob doesn't want to change location. We have a perfect force couple. I will say that a true force couple where there's no resultant, there's no desire to move up and down, there's no linear motion created, it's actually very rare. Usually, let's say there was plus 10 on one side and minus 15 on the other. Well, then there's going to be a little bit left over. There's still a minus 5, so that's going to want to try to accelerate a little bit in that direction. So it's really rare that we end up with a true perfect force couple. Almost all the time we have some, but a little bit of linear motion left over. So going way back for a second, that's why I say that linear motion, that's an artifact. We were trying to create rotation, but we're not quite perfect at just doing that. So we're left over with a little bit of linear motion as well. All right. So this is an example where we actually were able to create a true force couple. We had a perfect up, a perfect down. We ended up with a perfectly twist only rotation. I think I have one more video for you. So we'll just let this one go for a moment. And for fun, we're going to slow this way down. So we're paying attention to the door here, not the unfortunate child here. And yep, there he goes. So the boy inside, he applied a straight line force, and it created a rotation at that door. In this case, there was a hinge or pivot point at that door, so it was forced to rotate around that hinge. So this is one of those examples where there was a straight line, a single force applied, it created a rotation, but it also created translation. That door actually changed from being in line with the door frame to, as the boy found out, sticking well outside of the little playhouse. So most of our golfing movements are like this door. They're created by a straight line force or a combination of straight line forces. They don't result in a perfect force couple. There's at least some leftover straight line force. So there will be some translation. Instead of the door changing locations from beginning to end, the golfer ends up changing locations from beginning to end. So that's, well, unfortunately for our young kid here, that's what we typically see in the golf swing. Straight line creates both a combination of rotation and linear motion. Okay, so that's the introduction. That's the basics of the science going on. What I want to do is break this down into sort of the two planes of really important motion for the golf swing. The frontal plane components and the horizontal plane components. Those are effectively the face-on view and the horizontal view for this. And from about here on out, what I want to do is switch over to showing 3D captures of golf swings. And what I'll do is, and I'm happy if folks want to turn on some audio. Terry, you're welcome to be in my ear if you have questions as we go along.
I think maybe just a quick Q&A here. If anyone's got any questions about that, then fire away in the Q&A box. You want to talk about, I had a question earlier, what we saw in terms of sway or pressure shift to the trail side with the different grip types and the timing of when they return to the lead side?
Grip types or post types?
Yeah, post types.
So, yes. In fact, I'm going to talk about sway first. So, I'll start with those. How's that?
That sounds good. I'm glad I asked a pertinent question.
Yeah. So these are, and this is actually the sort of the last wordy slide that I'll go with. So, I mean, the overall goal is I'll say it's typically generation of sustainable speed. What is the way to create a pathway that golfer can create good club head speed that's consistent, reliable, and well, for everyone, but especially certain populations, is low risk and relatively high reward. So now getting to the specific goal. All right, so we have that as an overall goal. We've collected some information, so we're saying, okay, this is what that player does well on the course and doesn't necessarily do well. We've looked at what is, in my case, I'm looking at what are the individual components, and in my world, I'm looking at the ground force and saying, okay, we've got different components. We have up and down, front to back, left to right. So which ones are we going to play with? And I put in sort of dramatic red there. What will it cause? As I said, we want to create good rotation. We expect that it's going to create some linear motion as well. So we want to be mindful of that. That's fine. And then we want to know what's the right time to put it in. And we want to make sure, and I didn't get to hear Terry's discussion of making room, but we want to make sure there's enough room. We want to, so if we, for example, the first one we're going to talk about, if this is going to create some slide toward the target, we need to account for that. We need to make sure that there is room in that player's pattern to make that a useful movement. And I've got a couple examples of a player where that's fine to put in, and another player where that's either not an option or you need to restructure that pattern up front. So I will, okay. So this is, yeah. All right, so Terry, do you now see golf swing on here?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I'll turn off these. So I'm gonna go pretty slow speed, make sure this sort of plays through. So we have trail side and lead side, and I'm gonna, so we've got force plates under each foot of the golfer, and this measures forces up and down, front to back, and side to side. So if we could look down the line, you can see that the forces, the ground force arrows will tilt front to back. So some folks have worked with no ground plates, no force plates. Some have worked with pressure mats. Some would work with vertical only force plates. I love it when folks have access to 3D plates, which is what these are. So when I'm talking about, I'll start with the basics. So if you remember that example of picking up the golf club, and I showed that moment arm where the force is being applied at a distance away from the center of mass of the golf club. So the overall force, that's this yellow line right here. All right. And so whenever that yellow line is not going through this blue ball, which is the center of mass of the golfer, we are creating, well, this golfer is creating a torque. So that is going to create rotational acceleration. So that will end up resulting in rotational speed. When it's on this side, that means that downswing rotation is being created. Sorry, rotational speed. To go back in the golf swing, you can see a little bit, very early in the golf swing. It's just, if you can see that on your screens well enough, it's just to the side of the center of mass. So we're creating a little bit of backswing velocity right there. The backswing is so slow that we don't want to create a lot of torque. It's kind of hiding out to the side. Then it goes through. So right there, you can see very nicely, okay, that's a nice big moment arm. So this golfer's doing a really nice job of creating a moment arm. So there's torque being developed. And there are two ways in the downswing from this view to create torque. One option is to push that arrow sideways. So in this case, both arrows are actually pushing sideways, which makes that yellow arrow tilt over. So in this phase of the swing, he's using his lateral forces, his sideways push, to make that arrow go sideways. Later on, what we'll see is a bigger up and down left side force. So now we can see that the yellow arrow, in fact, is very nearly straight up and down. He's not nearly pushing side to side as much, but what he's doing is pushing more vertically, especially on the left side. So those are the two options. It's especially a right side push sideways or a left side up and down push. So option one is at transition, and you can see he's doing a nice job pushing toward the target with especially the lead side. Especially with the trail side. The lead side can help out with this too. It's a nice little bonus feature. And good players, in fact, most good players will do that at least some. But the dominant push is definitely going to be coming from the trail side. And this is an example of a player who does it quite nicely. You can see, especially with that right side push, that player is doing a really good job of getting good separation between center of mass and that arrow right there. So wonderful job. Now, what's going to happen there eventually, if you start watching, either if you prefer the pelvis or the center of mass, is that player is going to move toward the target throughout the rest of the swing. and that's fine. So if we go back to address, the goal was to use right side lateral to create some torque. All right. We know that's going to create some slide toward the target. The timing was, well, it's going to happen in transition. The other question that we have is there room to do it? So we know that this player needs to be over toward the trail side to allow him to shift toward the lead side. So as we go through backswing, he shifts a little over that way, makes some room, pushes it to the right. And you'll notice right now he's pushing to the right. He isn't really moving toward the target yet, but eventually he will. He has room for that shift, and he does a nice job. This is a European Tour player. He was high one teens, close to 120 for club head speed. So nice swing. We talked a few things through. But he happens to do a very nice job of using that right side lateral. Terry, getting back to your question to make sure I'm talking about this correctly. So he is an example of a player who, on video, as far as visual assessment of his swing, I think he came out as he's a trail side post. Is that?
Yeah.
So he's a very nice example of taking advantage of what you can do with more of a trail side post. And I'm going to be careful to clarify one thing about a trail side post. For me, looking at pelvis motion, that means that he physically moved to his trail side. All right. So he moved his pelvis, the center of mass, over there. Very nice. And then he moved to the lead side. I may be able to, if you give me a second. Okay. Oop. So I'm going to zoom in a fair amount here and just take a look at his pelvis. So you can see, it may show up pretty well. This trail right here is actually the whole swing where his pelvis is going to go. So you can see, even at address, it's going to shift all the way out to here. So very nice. There's his full shift. And then you can see, well, actually, that's at finish. So from just about top, there we go. So you can see the amount of, from address to just about top to finish. That's his full side to side center of mass motion. So very nice pattern. He's an example of a player who did that quite nicely. I think I've got, yeah, okay. So apologies for no club on this player. So, I want to finish up with that player for a moment. Well, no, well, all right. So I want to. This next player is Division I collegiate player. This was his freshman sophomore year. Pretty good at the time. I think by junior year, scoring pretty well. So still a good player. You're going to see, in fact, I'll slow him down. You're going to see a very different looking swing pattern for this particular young man. Okay. So this player, I think probably most everyone noticed, this player had a noticeable lack of any movement to the trail side. In fact, it was a lead side setup, and then pretty early a lead side shift. So there's almost no trail side shift. So I think so right about, we'll go right about there, I think that's the farthest away that the combined yellow arrow gets from the center of mass, as compared to our previous player, where he pushed his. So he definitely gets even more separation, even though we're zoomed in a little bit more. So different style, different strategy. Both are pretty good players. He's a little more mature. He's a little further along. So at the time, his swing's a little bit better off. But both were on pretty good paths. So in evaluation from Terry, this and Mike, this player was certainly much more of a front post type player. Neither's necessarily good, neither's necessarily bad. Both are good options. They've learned different styles. They're playing it at good levels for their age groups. So if we're going to try to look for some things to work on with this player, you'll notice that piece that I talked about, where that right side push to make that yellow arrow tilt sideways, that really doesn't exist for this player. But I think hopefully people can see at this point, if we saw a noticeable sideways push starting about here, followed by a noticeable shift in pelvis and center of mass, this player would end up left of left when trying to hit the ball. So that's an example of he doesn't particularly take advantage of that trail side push. He's not particularly using that option to create more moment arm. But there, in that swing pattern, there is not an option to add that in. So hopefully one of the take-home messages that everyone will get for this is you don't have to take advantage of every possible option. In fact, I don't think there's anybody out there that maximizes every option. There are lots of good options. There are plenty of great ways to put together a really good swing. And there is not one ideal swing for everyone. And I don't think that trying to blindly maximize everyone based on one thing is a I don't think that's a good way to go. So let's take a look at what this person does that works out to his advantage, that our other player doesn't so well. So one option in this plane is to push to the side using the right foot and get that arrow to tilt down and create a lot of space between the yellow arrow and the center of mass. Now, the downside with creating that movement to the toward the target is that eventually you need to put the brakes on. So you can see in this player already, the lead side is starting to angle that force back toward the center of the body. So already he's starting to put the brakes on a little bit to slow that slide toward the target. He doesn't want to go rocketing toward the target, which makes sense. So at this point, it's pretty nice that that yellow arrow is straight up and down. He's still keeping some separation between the center of mass and the yellow arrow. So overall, he's still doing a nice job of creating some good torque. He's creating a good amount of vertical force, so things are working pretty well. And he holds it through. Typically, people will go, that yellow arrow will go through the center of mass within about a frame or two of club parallel, and he's right on time. So the cost of that really nice right side push early is that he had to tilt that lead side arrow back later, and that brings that, it shrinks that moment arm later. So looking at our player here, well, if you notice, he doesn't have to put the brakes on with his lead side. In fact, he's still nicely into his downswing, and he's actually still pulling a little bit with his lead side. So he keeps good separation, not as much as the other player did, but he's keeping good separation. And even still, it's nearly straight up and down. So the advantage that he's taking advantage of the fact that he doesn't need to slow down that slide, because he had a little bit, but he didn't really have that push, so he barely has to put on the brakes. So that he took advantage of more of his left side, which makes sense. He's based on his movement pattern, he's more of a lead post player. So great. He's not going to get as much push out of his right side, not take advantage of that right side push, lateral push. But he's going to spend more time on his left. He's going to have a more vertical push from that side, and he's going to create his torque from that side. There are always those two pieces to the frontal plane or the face-on view power production. So he gets to take advantage of that one, and it's a really nice pattern for him. So Terry, I want to pause there. So those are the two contributors on this side and how they play a role with sway and slide. Does that cover up what you wanted me to review for those?
Yes, sir. Hold on one second. Let me just bring down the thing here. Yes, I think that's a terrific presentation. Let's see if we have any questions. So anyone have any questions about so ground forces or the work that we did with Mike? So Mike, do you still have the slide of what we did last year in terms of kind of, because about half of the people were not here with the last one. In terms of how do you customize kind of the kinematics to the post styles. So you had a table. People love tables, by the way. People take pictures of tables.
Oh, you are talking to me, not that other Mike who's a little better known in the bioswing dynamics world,
Yeah,
right?
You.
Let me, if you want, give me about 90 seconds. How about you tell a funny story?
I'm just fixing my sound.
I should have I should be able to pull up that whole slide presentation, actually.
Specifically, kind of the summary.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about.
I've been using it a lot in terms of so what we're seeing with the the trail knee action, depending on the post type and what force they need to lean on. You get that, lean on. And then so we were seeing more knee flex for a rear post and the backswing, a little straighter trail leg for the front post, more pelvis rotation to create the space to utilize those two forces, which was rotation and vertical, and then the center post golf would be more of a hybrid. So how do I apply ground reaction forces in teaching? Well, I mean, that's jumping, there's a sequence, right? I mean, firstly, if you're going to be a great teacher, you have to kind of understand what's going on in the background. but at the same time also be able to transfer that to the students. So it's a good question. So the first thing I would say, to apply it, you have to understand it. So in terms of understanding it, understanding how the different post lower body actions work, I think Mike is going to cover a little bit more of that, Mike Adams. But understanding it first, and then it's very simple. You just have simple keys. For example, I would say there's two common flaws that, people kind of present themselves with: excessively moving to the right, because they think moving to the right gives them more power, which isn't necessarily true for everybody. And keeping the trail knee flexed, for too long for certain types of golfers is bad. So I think when you get into the coaching process, number one, you need to be an expert of the actual material you're presenting. Number two, you have to be able to simplify it and communicate it. And number three, in addition to that, you have to recognize what kind of limitations people are bringing to the table in addition to number one and number two. Dr. Duffey, how are you doing?
I'm in.
Donald Pawlowski, do you get worried about too much trail side push in the swing in terms of dropping the sternum and bottoming the swing out too early? Well, that's assuming that the upper body doesn't go with it. I think there's different styles. I'm going to talk about it in my presentation. If their head stays back too much, there's probably something else going on along with that. And I wouldn't say it's specifically just trail side push as a cause. Somebody's bottoming out too early and swinging to the right too much. It's not usually because they have too much trail side push. Usually be too little. So center post is, so every golfer uses every force. Fair to say, Doctor? I'm speaking as the unqualified person. The ratios to which they use those forces and the timing is a variable between the different types of golfers. And that's really what the slide is that I'm kind of asking for here. And
that is, it's 100% true. And so they're all there. And it's, the question of, I'm going to go back a question. If you have them, they're really easy to use, is the real answer. And I truly believe it doesn't take a whole lot. Kinematic systems have hundreds of things to know. Ground force has really like 6 to 12. It can be a few more if you really want to get into it, but it's so much simpler to use that it's so quick and easy to start working into instruction. And I think it really starts, it's almost self-teaching.
Yeah, that's right. Well, I think to your point, I think that's really an excellent point you made earlier, where we kind of touch the world in two places, which is, force at the hands and force at the ground. If given two pieces of equipment, I would definitely say at this point in time, force plate is a very, very productive way to teach using a force plate. And then, obviously using a launch monitor, which represents, what the club and the club did to the ball, which is a result of what your hands did. So in between that is a little bit of a black box at this stage still, but I'm going to try and fill in that black box with my presentation over the next few days.
All right. I am pulling up a couple more swings. So, okay. All right. So I'll switch to the other component for this side. For this view. So one option is how much of that right side push to use, and the the linear movement that it's going to create is going to be some movement toward the target. So that's the component to watch, to be careful for. The other is going to be that left side vertical that we talked about. So that's the other production, that's the other power side to this. It's the other piece that adds in rotation. And it, depending on how you use it, it is going to create some lift. Almost everybody will be moving upward toward the end of the golf swing. So two things about it. If you, I need to go back one quick second. Sorry, Terry. Last piece on post. One thing I want to clarify really quickly is, here we go. So this is our lead side, stays to the lead side, but even in his swing, you'll notice that as far as right side pressure or trail side pressure, it increases. His pressure goes to the trail side very nicely in the early backswing. So pressure always goes to the trail side. So post and pressure are two very different things. Everyone will go to the trail side. So I look at post specifically from a so far I've been looking at it specifically from a where's the center of the body staying? Is it moving to the trail side? Is it staying pretty centered, or is it getting toward the lead side pretty early on?
Well, the other variable is, Mike, we call post is really just what you test out as. When we did this research with you, you showed us these videos and we were obviously just guessing what those people were doing.
Right.
And we guessed, I think, 19 out of 20, which is pretty good as to the way in which you measured it. So, when you look at swings, especially less skillful golfers, I mean, they could be moving all over the place, which has got nothing to do with what they post, to my point earlier.
Yeah.
No golfer is really a clean slate. The way they move is a product of, what they've learned up until this point in time. So posting is an assessment. And then, we try and shape their movement, which is usually pretty easy if you identify the correct post around that. So just to differentiate, movement and post are not necessarily always the same, but obviously that's our goal, is to try and marry those up.
Yep. Okay. So the next part is going to be the lead. So the vertical. So what I want to mention is that for the downswing, the vertical force that's going to create power has to be on the lead side. You'll notice here when the trail side vertical increases, that pulls the combined force over to the trail side. That creates backswing rotation, which is great for the backswing. But increasing right side or trail side vertical in the downswing actually sucks away power. So unless you're coordinating that with a lot of right side or trail side lateral push, right side vertical actually doesn't help. So when we're increasing verticals, so to speak, total vertical's nice, but what we really want to do is take a look at lead side vertical only, is that is the component that's actually going to create downswing rotation velocity. All right, so what we're looking for is that type of pattern right there. Good vertical. So that's a nice pattern. Our right side loader, again, we've got a lot on the left. We only have a little on the right. So that's a nice looking pattern. But as that increases, it is going to create lift. It's going to drive the body up. It's going to drive the pelvis up. So again, if we're going to try to increase vertical, we have to be aware that that's going to lift the body. and we have to find ways to put that in. So this, this player is I think a pretty nice example. So what you can, this player does a nice little move. I kind of consider this to be a fall into the lead side. He doesn't particularly look like he's squatting very much. His right leg stays relatively straight, but you can just see a little center of mass descent as he drops a little to the lead side and then straightens out the lead side and drives on up. Very workable pattern. He could get a little more aggressive with that if he wants, but that is his way of creating room so that pelvis can lift up a little bit more. I'll show you pretty quickly. I'll show you an example of somebody who we'll go with this guy, and I need to. All right, so this player, super nice golf professional here. I'll zoom in a little bit more on. Wonderful guys, been an awesome golf professional at some of the top courses in the U.S. But if you watch his pelvis, his hips, his center of mass, there is just the only time they go down is a little blip right there, which is really not the time that you want your pelvis to go down, as you don't want to drop your hips into the golf ball. So
the old late buckle.
Yeah, that's terrible. Well, it can be, if you're trying to preserve your hips and back from a lot of pain, then there might be a reason for that in over 60. So,
or if you're trying to keep your butt on the wall.
Yeah. If you're actually playing golf with your butt against a wall, then so this is if we looked at his vertical ground reaction forces, we'd say, all right, well, they're not very high. It'd be great to add some verticals to it, as a phrase we hear a lot. But if we look at his movement pattern, there's no room. If he actually lifts up, he's going to miss the ball, or he's going to try to come up with some other accommodation to his swing so the club head gets there while the rest of his body's rising. So there are a couple options for him. So one option, which is a pretty classic one, is we've seen a lot of this. I'll use Rory's the example, where you have that athletic sort of squat and spring that I want to make sure people know that squat starts before top of backswing. It can be a great move. It really gives I'd say some free power. It obviously creates a descent in the center of mass in the pelvis. So you get a little bit of a freebie with the descent, and then you have a huge opportunity to create some power through using vertical from it by about a quarter of the way into the downswing. Right. So it's an awesome thing to use. Timing has to be really good. So there are players that you want to try that with and players that you don't. In my opinion, it tends to work best with folks that have only a medium amount of slide, so probably more of a center type post player. Somebody who's because it involves using both legs pretty well, as opposed to start with the right, use it. So it's something that right side player that we use, we could maybe add that in. It would probably take away a little bit of his slide, a little bit of his right side push, but that's an option. For this player, who happens to be, I'll just politely say at the time of this, he was over 40, which is still a great age.
How was his strength to weight ratio?
He's over 40, and so another option is simply to give him to let him drop his hips a little bit during the backswing, and so his top of backswing is maybe an inch lower than it was in his regular swing. So he's not trying to do a real rapid descent during his backswing. You just let him get there during the backswing. It's not as athletic, but then he has a little bit of room to create some lift during his downswing. So it's a kinder, gentler opportunity. And for folks that aren't as sort of quick twitch and fast responders, it's an option to give them a little more time.
We tend to, well, you consider it to be like a diesel engine or a jet engine, right? We tend to have folks even squat more at address to give them as much time to boost up as they can.
Yep. If you want to, and I realize we're getting awfully close to 5. Do I have?
Yeah. Do you? How busy are you in an hour? You want to come back and do a little A to the Qs, or?
Yeah, I can do thrust then, and
yeah, let's do that.
Yeah, I'm gonna. By the way, I'll throw in a free plug. Michael, who's coming up next, is awesome. I am absolutely going to just sit here and listen to every word.
He is awesome.
So and let's do
you're
that.
Awesome too.
I'm awful compared to his awesome. So yeah, let's let him go, and then I'll throw something at the end.
So why don't you jump out of your screen
I will stop
share.
my share.
Let's see if we can find Michael.
I think that's pretty difficult to follow. The tee up there from Mike is.
Oh, we're underselling you, Mikael.
Can only go down from there, right?
I've been looking forward to this for like 3 weeks.
Oh,
go.
This is This is good stuff. So I think you met Mike and I at the same time, Mikael, over in our sports science think tank. That was fun.
Exactly.
And
way back when we could actually travel and
I know, right? And as we talked about yesterday, the golf industry is really changing fast. I mean, everyone's looking for the 0.5% performance factors, and that'll help them get further. And one of the things that's really changed recently is, especially that's kind of bled out into the serious stroke recreational golfers, is everyone's wearing, whoop bands these days. And,
yep.
Of course, once they distrust the readings on the whoop band, they go to the Aura ring and they try to move around on that. So one of the reasons, the reason I brought you in was partially in recognition to that kind of trend that's happening.
Yep.
Just generally that, we're trying to look at golf as a holistic sport. I understand that, what Mike and I talk about is very much to do with the technique and how to determine, the individual biomechanics of the person. But at the same time, we're also, looking at performance, and especially if you're looking at even just not getting injured and, being as fit as you can be at any point in time, then we need your help. So very excited to introduce Mikael. I think you should probably do your own introduction of your long list of attributes, but unfortunately we've only got about an hour. So why don't you just go ahead and fire away?
Yeah, I've been listening in all afternoon for you on the East Coast, and understood a little bit of it. And one thing to kind of segue over is that you talk a lot about average is a great way to be average. And you all do the technical aspects per individual, but as soon as you come to some new technology like the Whoop Band or some type of measurements, you go back to the average.
Well, the interesting thing was, we've got a lot of golf teachers here, obviously, and I say that in pretty much every presentation. That every time a new technology arises, we have things that measure the club, the ball. We have motion capture measuring all the joint segments, and force plates. So there's the data arrives. It's overwhelming to your future point here.
Yep.
And as golf teachers, we don't always know where to start. And so we start with what the company tells us. So the company tells us these metrics are really important. This is the average of, the impressive people, and you should do that. And after, 10 years, I'm going to steal your word of maturing. We start to be able to find some real benefits in different windows than we originally thought were possible. And that's kind of where, our fields cross over, because Mike and I do that along, with all of our different highly qualified experts.
Yep.
And we're excited to hear you talk about how you do that.
Yeah, let's see what we can share here and present a little bit of what I do. And I should say from the beginning that I will talk about Whoop, because that's the gadget that you use in golf the most. I have nothing against Whoop. They're not better or worse than anyone else, I think, from my perspective. Let's share this one. Hopefully you have a screen now. Is it? I'm asking Terry. I think you might see.
Yes.
If it is it the full screen or just the?
No, you've got it in Windows, so you can just send it up as the PowerPoint. That's it.
What about now? Good.
Ahead of the game.
Awesome. So I should. Thanks for being here to begin with. This is interesting and honored to talk to all of you. I know that there are many very experienced and skilled coaches in the audience. So Terry said that I should present myself, and the short presentation or short goal will be that trying to find optimal training load and recovery, so individualization of the situation. And I'm kind of in the intersection of I'm an exercise physiologist to begin with, so PhD in exercise physiology or medical sciences from Karolinska Institute in Stockholm, and been working as an assistant, or worked as an assistant professor at the Swedish School of Sport and Health Sciences in Karolinska for 8 years. The last 7 years I've been at a combination of Stanford, doing sports genetics, technology, and precision health, precision medicine. And I now have four academic hats. So Swedish Institute of Technology in Blekinge, Stanford University, Karolinska, so a medical university, and Research Institute of Sweden, which is my role there is an expert digital health. So it sounds a lot maybe, but it's all tied together with this intersection about technology, actual performance of physical activity, and physiology, human biology. So that's my background, and I should start by saying that it's a huge difference, it's a huge advantage now compared to just a couple of years ago in the amount of data that you can gather and monitor from an individual. So I should warn people that there will be quite a lot of graphs in this talk, and very few golf graphs, but bear with me here. And what you're interested in really is the optimal training. And again, I work in the back end side of things, not the technical, not the tactical skills. But they turn out to be very similar across sports. So it doesn't really matter if you're going into baseball or soccer or swimming or golf or ballet dancing. Human physiology is the same. So you can tweak your algorithms and ideas to the specific situation. But the theory has always been, and the empirical knowledge as well, that you can improve by training more to a certain degree. So if you do nothing, you will be terrible, and if you do a little bit more, you will increase in performance and strength and whatever, to a certain degree. At that optimal zone, when you cross that, you can add additional training, additional practice, and don't get any additional advantages. And you might even go over to overtraining or overload. So there's an optimum for everyone. This optimum is different for different people, and that depends on the profile. And the good thing now with Whoop and other wearables is that you can add a completely different layer of stressors that you can measure, because all of them matter. So for golf at the elite level, you would have the travel, and you have the time differences, and you will have different climates as well that are both a physiological and a psychological burden. And all those stressors need to be added. And you can tolerate higher load of stressors and still be in the optimal if you recover better. So having something like Whoop to tell you how much you should recover would be a benefit. Again, if it is correct. And the graph here is a standard graph that you would see in any training session planning textbook. Just now that we can actually calculate the maximal, so you have a bit of numbers here. So that's what I will talk about during the rest of this 45 minutes or so. And just to really hammer down on the importance of sleep and sleep in different settings. So this study in this graph is concerning injury risk when you have high stress. And it actually looks very similar if you have risk of infection, for example. So getting a cold or COVID for that matters. So obviously the risk of getting overloaded is the highest if you have high physical stress. That's training camp. If you have a normal at-home week, low academic stress, low physical stress, you have the least risk. And the thing is that this is for college athletes. When they have high academic stress, their injury risk during their game is also increased quite substantially. And same is true for risk of injury and again, risk of cold. So if you sleep a few hours, 6 hours, you have around 75% risk of injury over 2 years period, 2 academic years, so 21 months. Whereas that's roughly a quarter of the risk if you sleep 9 hours or more. And it's been done studies on getting a cold, for example, if you're exposed to a virus. And it doesn't mean that you necessarily would get the cold, but it looks exactly the same. So people that sleep too little, 6 hours per night, and do their training will have super high risk of actually catching the cold, whereas the ones sleeping 9 hours or more have very little risk. Okay, so clearly sleep is important. Therefore, the fitness trackers are important. Whoop strap is one of them. Oura Ring you talked about, an Apple Watch, Garmin watch for endurance athletes is similar. I have disclaimer down there. I have no investment incentives or paid connection to any of them, but I'm going to use Whoop since it's the one you have here in the golf setting. And Terry alluded to the kind of steps of maturity with all techs in all areas of development, I would say, not just sport and not just golf. So the bronze down there, the third place is you get a new gadget, you see something new, you can measure something. When the wearables, the watches came out, it was cool just to have the ability to see your heart rate on a watch. And that is good enough for them to sell. And then usually the field gets crowded and people are disencouraged if they don't believe the numbers. So there's a demand for accuracy, and usually you see a thinning of the number of companies, and you see an increase in the efforts from the companies to increase accuracy. And then the next step is that, well, you get the data, you get accurate data, but what does it mean? So the gold level here is insight and actually getting value from the numbers. And very few wearables are at that stage now. You would see a lot of marketing that want to skip step 2 and go straight from third place to gold and sell something that they can't deliver on. And one of the biggest, this is just a schematic view, one of the biggest problems is that you don't know what you're training against. So you don't know what optimal is. So for example, when you talk about sleep, when you talk about recovery, what is perfect recovery? And I haven't seen any study in golf whatsoever where they have actually looked at even golf score and optimal profile leading up to that compared to poor score. It's absolutely possible to do it, for example, in travel, time zone differences, east and west, and how many days each individual would need to be on site before they can perform their best. How much stress they can tolerate, how many media interviews and sponsorship deals they can handle before it affects their performance. And you hear the word data tsunami quite a lot nowadays, which is reasonable. You have the data from your trackers, your force plates you talked about. You have visualization and augmented reality. You have the nightly recordings. You have perhaps genetic testing and whatnot. So in short, it's too much to handle manually. You need some type of system to be able to do that, handle everything in a good way. Or you can choose to do it manually and select a few metrics that you're interested in. You should never underestimate the high value of subjective ratings. So simple questions of energy level and mood and recovery status in combination with just a subjective rating of how good the sleep was turns out to be one of the strongest indicators for when you go over the limit and overtrain. We've done one overtraining study where we on purpose trained endurance athletes harder and harder and harder until they underperformed. And short of actually taking muscle biopsies and measuring the function of the muscles, the subjective ratings were the strongest correlation to performance. Important to remember. And you will also be getting more and more gadgets. These are a couple of examples over the last couple of years. You can have continuous glucose measurements in smartwatches. You could have blood pressure measurements in smartwatches as well. And shortly, someone will put them all together, so you will have everything in your Apple Watch or Whoop Band or whatever you're using. And you will also see a lot of new technology in terms of plasters, and you can additive to your body that can measure, for example, electrolytes in sweat. And you could have on the bottom left here, you have the Google contact lens measuring in the solution in your eye.
Yeah, I definitely need one of those too.
Yeah, but all of that is gonna develop continuously, so you see more and more. And on the right hand side bottom, you have a smart home, and that might feel a little bit intrusive, but also futuristic. But it's actually all the things in there are available already now. So from a smart toilet that can measure your stool and urine, to a smart fridge that can sense how much you have left of everything in the fridge, and also be theoretically coupled to the toilet, so that you will have an order to your fridge coupled with Amazon, for example, for home delivery of things to eat that you need right now. So that's the situation. And then the key is, this is super valuable if it is correct. If it is not, it's just going to convolute and be noise to your situation. So I wanted to show you just one study that we did a couple of years ago when the watches and wrist-worn fitness trackers came out. So in short, we tested 8 different trackers and tested them for heart rate, accuracy, and energy expenditure in different modalities. So sitting, walking, running, and cycling. And at the top here, you see heart rate, and the green dashed line is 5% error, which is considered okay. And left and right is a stable situation and an unstable situation, meaning sitting on a exercise bike compared to running. And you see that almost all of the gadgets we tested back then were okay for heart rate, within 5%, a couple of percent error rate, in a steady, standardized setting. Whereas all of them were absolutely terrible when it came to energy expenditure. And again, back to the Whoop band, for example, it might be super accurate in things that you can measure and absolutely terrible in things that they derive from those measurements, excuse me. Even the ones that are accurate can be very inaccurate for different individuals. So in this case, for example, you see the EKG on the screen there, computer screen, so 59 heart rate, and on the kind of top right corner, you see 110 is the current reading from the wearable. So even if they're okay on group level, you have people, I don't know if you see my marker here, but you see people both to the left and to the right with dots here that are individuals that have super high outliers. We'll get back to that specifically for Whoop in a bit. You can also see that there are differences between the different gadgets. So in this case, this is heart rate. Might be a bit difficult to read this, but basically, if it's centered around 0, means that there are no biased errors. They're not going to give you always 10 beats higher than you have. And then the bigger the circle, the bigger the error. So the black circle here is the smallest, and everyone is around 0. So everyone is doing a good job on average, whereas the blue one here happened to be Samsung, did the worst job per individual. And on the right-hand side here, the scales are very different, and you would see that energy expenditure it's much more difficult to measure. And to make it even more complex, an individual might have different responses to different gadgets. So this is a busy slide with 40 or so individuals doing testing for different devices, and I'm just circling subject 6 here, a subject that is over and underestimated using different watches. So in watch 1, it's a slight underestimation. In device 2, it's a slight overestimation. In device 3, it's a super underestimation, and in device 4, it's a super overestimation. Again, hammering down that you need to have an individual profile. So that's my work. That's why I'm here, I guess. Individualization and precision health. And I do quite a lot of work with elite athletes in different sports. So this is an example from a team in soccer, European pro team, where we can look at many different metrics, and we see that on a group level they don't really, you can't see anything in terms of injury analysis and injury risk assessment. Just one, and that is if your muscles are feeling actually better, if you're feeling strong, you're at higher risk of injury, which might be a bit counterintuitive. That's not really the point here. It's that on group level, you don't get the insights. You don't get the good insights. You don't get Terry talked about the 0.5% difference here, or just a couple of percent difference is what you can see in changes here. You wouldn't get that with group average data. And I'm showing you a new study that I kind of like. They have done endurance training, and they've done different types of endurance training, and in short, you can reach the same results with high intensity training, high volume training, or high frequency training. So if you look at the group average, it's not that big a deal. It's not big a difference. You can do whatever. But in this study, they did the 3 different types of training. So the black bars are high interval, the gray bars are high volume, and the light bars are high frequency training. And you can see that some athletes, or test persons in this case, didn't respond to one or several of them. So for example, if we look at subject 10 here, he or she performed terrible with the high intensity training, but really improved with the high volume training, similar to person 13. On the other hand, you would have person 6 here that really responded to the high intensity training, but not to the high volume. And person 2 is the same. And you would have the third group mainly here in person 4, with high frequency training was the best set of doing this. Again, meaning that how you train should be adapted if you want to go for optimal, if you're going to go for performance, irrespectively if you were working out to training twice a week, or if you're doing it 12 times a week, should be tailored to your profile. And we're talking about sleep and recovery here mostly today. We see similar systems with comparing training load and sleep. This is another pro sports team in Europe, and the TTs here are different players, and they are selected as just an example that some of the players, when the training load is high, to the right in their graph, they have sleep disturbances. So they kind of get a double negative of when they are training hard, they also get sleep disturbances. They would need more recovery, but they're getting less. Whereas you have TT21 here, he has no change whatsoever. His sleep is unaffected of the training load. And again, this is good to know, because player 15 and player 10 will be much more susceptible to injuries. And if you translate that into golf setting, it would be reasonable to have a similar setup here, either by performance versus sleep, or performance versus travel stress. And you would have metrics that people rely on. So high-speed running is a very commonly used metric for training load in team sports. And usually it's said that the higher high-speed running you have, the higher risk of injury, the higher load you have, which is basically the left graph here. So high-speed running in that case, for that individual, these are 3 different individuals, is a powerful marker for injury risk. And it's super clear that when you overload this player, the injury risk is higher. For player 2 in the middle here, high-speed running is a good marker, but it's not the best. You can have, of all the hundreds of different markers they have, you can have other ones that are stronger correlation, better to predict. And the third guy to the right here, for him, it didn't really matter. You couldn't see a correlation between when he was injured and how much he tolerated. You can also see that he tolerated, to begin with, a lot more high-speed running. So if you're used to something, you might tolerate it more, or you might just expose more because you tolerate it. And I promise I'm not going to give you many more of the soccer pro sports teams examples here, but one thing that we see clearly is that, for example, if you have your Oura ring or your Whoop band, it will tell you when you are at higher risk, and that is nice in one aspect, because you can always flag someone to be at higher risk, and they should take it easy, and they should perhaps recover extra or take the day off. The problem is that the best case, the easiest way to avoid all injuries and all problems will be to not expose, meaning that you can flag a lot of days and therefore not improve your performance, meaning that you take a lot of rest days. So in this case, we've combined different metrics, metrics that is important for this particular player. And you see that we can flag 3 out of 4 injuries before they happen. So basically on Thursday when the game is on, or the injury is happening on Saturday. But you would have a substantial amount of false positives. So 13%, you will flag an extra 13 days of every 100. Whereas if you have 2 metrics that you combine, you still have the 3 out of 4 flags, and you have a lower false positive rate. And even more if you have 3. So in short, combining metrics is better. So individualize and combining metrics. And this is just another example of individual profiles. So in this case, we have the top row is from one person and the bottom row is from another person. And the metrics in each kind of column is the same. So meaning for the top guy, top left, total sleep time and food rating are highly correlated, whereas it doesn't matter at all for the bottom guy. And we can look at the right-hand side here. So actually, it shows that when he is more stressed, going down to the right, his sleep score is lower, whereas the other guy is increasing his mental stress levels, and that correlate with higher sleep scores, meaning that he kind of counteract the stress by sleeping more, whereas the top guy is sleeping less and sleeping worse. So he's getting a vicious cycle. So conclusion for all these graphs is that you can scientifically predict and risk assess injuries and illnesses if you combine multiple data sets or multiple variables. Usually this is too hard to do because you have a couple of different gadgets and you can't get the data easily combined. And generic formulas, the ones that the over-the-counter gadgets are giving you, it's not, let's say that they're not the best ones. And individual modules are crucial to predict anything at high-level athletes. Let's see if we have some questions here before we continue.
Let's take a 1-minute pause. It's always very hard to present on Zoom because you have no no feedback, right?
Yeah.
So one question was, I mean, we're looking at possible entry points of application as nutrition and sleep. Do you use like sleep experts, or do you have like some formulas that, you know, or some systems that help you to train your athletes to sleep better? Because it is pretty obvious for anyone that's measuring their sleep that they have a pretty good day when they sleep well.
Yep. So usually we have a structure of making them understand that they have a problem with the sleep.
Right.
So collect the data to begin with, educate them and show them that it actually affects their performance and in what ways, and try to target more detailed recommendations rather than sleep more. So for example, you perform better if you go to bed at 10 compared to 12. You perform better if you don't drink alcohol the day before. You perform better if you sleep in a dark room, or you perform better if you have slept in the same bed for at least 2 days in a row, and things like that. And then obviously work on that. And in some cases, we don't do that work, but I would suggest that you have the psychologist and the cognitive and training you to relax.
Right.
Some people will be too stressed.
Right.
Okay.
That's cool.
So let's,
I'm just going to have a quick look, maybe.
Continue.
Yeah, someone was asking you about their 14-year-old daughter. I'm sure that that would be nice if she were to sleep and have very balanced hormones at 8 o'clock in the morning.
More, and don't stress them early in the morning. Just leave them.
Just let them be.
So the next one I wanted to show you is what we're looking at, because again, this is a validation study on the Whoop strap, comparing it to sleep. And there are several of these, and they usually come out pretty great. So for example, if you compare the total sleep time I think you see my marker, but in other case it's table to total sleep time. I know it's a busy slide. Minutes of total sleep. So you have 358 for Whoop, and you have 350 for the gold standard measurement, meaning that there's no difference, meaning that it's actually okay. The problem is when you look at the error here, that the average error is nothing at all. It's just a few minutes, 8 minutes, whereas the standard deviation, meaning the variation for each individual, is that some people are overestimated and some people are underestimated. And if you want to get 95% of all people, this is statistical terms, but if you want to get almost everyone into understanding how accurate the Whoop band is for them, you would have to double this, so 66 minutes almost, plus minus, meaning that out of the 6 hours of sleep here, you would have plus minus 2 hours. So from 4 to 8, you can get everyone within, which is on an individual level, obviously absolutely terrible. And same thing, if you look at REM sleep, in this case, you have 104 minutes and 88 minutes. It's not that bad, but again, the average error, one standard deviation is almost 40 minutes. And then you need 2 of them plus minus to get to almost everyone, meaning that you will have, out of the 104 minutes of REM sleep, you would have plus minus 80 minutes to get everyone in there. I wanted to spend a little bit of time on this just to understand that even if the studies come out and Whoop would be accurate on an average level, group level, that's not true for the individual. And again, this is a study that they're happy about and promote, as they should, because it's pretty good group average numbers. But if you look at how accurate they predict time in different zones of sleep, stages of sleep, the best one is at 70%, and wake one, when you wake up during the night, is 50. So the group average is 50 here, meaning that half of the time they're wrong, which would never be okay for a pro golf player in any other setting. And you can see the graph on the bottom left here is another way of displaying it. You see the 0 and you see the line, and you see that the line, the average, is pretty similar, pretty close to 0. Whereas you would have people down here, for example, for every 70 or so minutes he actually slept, 75, 80 minutes, the error was almost the same. He had underestimation. He basically had none there. And the other direction, this guy is overestimated by 120 minutes or so. And this is only further focusing on that you need to have individual profiles and you need to have all the information available that can affect the performance should be included in your analysis. And then one of the ways you can do that is to kind of develop player passports or athlete passports with all the data coming in, because it will be thousands and thousands of different correlations and things that might matter. And it will be, this is just 2 examples, and there are mock-up data that's reasonable but not accurate. It's not for a specific player. Where you can see, for example, that heart rate variability and resting heart rate is important for this person, whereas it's not that big a deal for the next person. Whereas there are other things that are more important for this person to be able to see when they are underperforming or risk of injury. And usually you would have a fixed cutoff on the gadgets, Whoop or Aura, saying that if your heart rate variability is above 80 or above 100, that's good. If it's below 40, it's terrible. We see athletes that are never above 40 and they're always there. We also see athletes that when we did the overtraining study and actually had them perform worse, they could have around 80% had either no difference whatsoever or the difference that we see in textbook, and the last 20% would have a completely opposite reaction. So for 20% of the athletes that you're working with, the golfers, the players, they would respond differently compared to what the any gadget would tell them if they use group averages. And last couple of minutes here, I wanted to just give you an example of this. Might the things I'm telling you up until this and the example from this study might be a bit negative or feel a bit negative, but don't think of it like that. Part of my work at Stanford is to test and break stuff. And the reason to do it is to make sure that they can be used in a clinical setting and help people. And we see that if you combine metrics, if you combine all the data and make sure that you use the ones that are accurate, you can improve, and you can actually calculate what is optimal training and optimal load and avoid a lot of the overtraining injuries. And you are experienced trainers, so I wouldn't, if I was in your position, I wouldn't be scared and worried about the tech taking your jobs. I would say that you should use the tech to start from a higher platform and do the fine tuning, because we see that trainers with a lot of experience they might not be able to explain why, but they're more accurate in advising individuals. However, it's not that many of the experienced coaches, so that is not scalable. And then you need another way of looking at it, to have a monitoring system measuring a lot of things. Again, it's a data tsunami, so it's going to be too much. But if you have a system analysis and a way of calculating it, you can also get to a level of optimal training. And so basically, I talked about you need to know the profile, athlete profile. You need to have all the information about the load, all types of stressors from travel to media attention, and the recovery data. And if you have that, you can actually run it through algorithms and calculate optimized readiness for performance. And if you use it during training sessions or training periods, to have decreased number of sick days and injury days. To prove this, we did work with the Swedish national team where we did the analysis, the individual profiling. We created algorithms for each swimmer, and we said that if we are correct, if this is not complete bullshit, we should be able to predict how fast they are swimming the upcoming weekend or whatever, if we know what they've done and we know their profile. So we predicted their race times in the World Championships. Last time they had a World Championships, so 2019. Relaxed, sent the results, so to speak, to the coach before the championship started, and then we sat back and looked at the competitions and were super nervous. It turned out that this was way more accurate than we ever hoped for, sure, but didn't expect. So the average error in the times was around 0.3% or 0.35 seconds in the standard race. Which is interesting, but this is historical, or it's good for betting, but not for actual training improvements. But the thing is that if you have the profile, if you know how a person is reacting to any type of stimuli, you can, instead of having to actually perform all the training, all the changes, you can input different aspects to the same model and get the expected performance output. So, for example, if you have a golfer that might go from have competitions in on the east coast of the US, and then in Saudi Arabia, and then on the west coast, entering all the stressors that would mean, you could theoretically say how much that would affect performance, and therefore you could also decide if you want to go, or if you should go straight from east coast to west coast and have extra days of training and rest for the total optimal performance. We've done this in the swimmers as well. That was obviously the next step, and this is a simulation. So this is one swimmer, a 12-week optimization period where the right hand side here is the date for the next. I can't remember if it was a qualifying race for the Olympics. But meaning that we got the training planning from the coach and ran it through 1,500 simulations, I think, with changes and adjustments to the training planning, and came up with one that theoretically would be the best set of changes. And this particular one that I see now, I got a personal record of a full second, so around 1% of someone that's already competing in the World Championships. And so far, all the ones we've worked with in swimming has broken their personal records in one discipline or another. What we can see from this is something that you empirically, I think all of you know, that some people are fragile, fatigable, and some people are trainable. Some people respond to whatever you tell them to do and train. You can. This happens to be the people in an overtraining study, and you can see how much they improved and how tired or how much they underperformed really. And these are our 4 quadrants here. So the ones up on the right-hand side here, they respond well to training, but they're also fatigable. So you need to be careful with them. They're a bit frail. The ones down here on the right-hand corner are the ones that you can push, and they're the freak of natures. You can do whatever and they will improve. The bottom left quadrant is workhorses. They don't improve that much. But also they're very hard to fatigue. They just go and go. And the poor guy on the upper left corner here is the guy that's didn't really respond to training and was super frail. Just as an example of how you can use the wearables and how you can combine all the data to something that is really important. And again, this is individual profiles for swimmers, showing that you need to create the individual profiles. So just to this is the same type of optimization. So you're supposed to perform here week 16 or on the 16th or 20th, I think. And you see the left person here got a pretty standard situation of 2 weeks of tapering would mean top performance. Usually what you see in young athletes and normally trained standard textbook situation. The bottom right corner is a experienced athlete. Doesn't really matter what you do. You can change the training 20% up or down. Nothing happens. It's the same performance continuously. And the top right corner, you see someone with a very slow response to tapering and training. So they need 4 weeks of continuous adjustment before they overperform or perform their best, so to speak. And this is typical for athletes that go to the Olympics and underperform and then 2 weeks later win all the competitions. Okay. The last part there was a bit of a looking into the future, and that you can actually use all the data that you would have from your Whoop or your Oura rings as soon as it's good enough, and you create the individual algorithms. It's going to be easier to tease out what actually matters to each individual. Going back to the slide I had early on, that you can calculate the optimum if you have everything you need, if you have all the loads and all the recoveries and the profile. In most cases, you need a lot of additional information before you can do that in a good way. But I would strive towards that if I were you. So to summarize everything here, the wearables is a great opportunity. It's a huge difference. It's a complete paradigm shift in what you can do with the data and how you can manage your athletes compared to 5 or 10 years ago. It's important to understand that the more types of data streams, the more accurate predictions. So Oura is one, it's good. Whoop is one. The things they're measuring is those are good indicators, variables, but they're only part of hundreds of variables that you could and should measure. So you will improve, likely, if you're the average, by using one of those gadgets. You can also improve by throwing AI at the problem, but combine that with domain expertise and individualization, you will have a much better chance of improving and getting accurate data. And at the bottom there, just a reminder: don't blindly trust any new tech, not just these ones. Thanks.
So if you unshare, let's see. Somebody has a child on the way, and they now have an excuse not to get up in the middle of the night. That's a little bit selfish. But I don't think you're saying that, because we talked yesterday, and one argument, and I've tried it, the rest always cycle, and it hasn't led to great achievements. By the way, Phil Cheatham is in here as well, so.
Yeah, I guess he would know all of these inputs, and I think
so. For those of you who know Phil as a golf person, Phil is the chief technologist for the U.S. Olympic team. Phil, why don't you sign in there? Some intelligent questions for us. So, how would you? So there is a need to, going back to our friend's example of having a baby soon. He needs to go through the pain and in order to make sure that his wife is happy, and so sometimes you have to actually stress, right? So you have cycles of more stress versus less stress and things like that, which when we were talking yesterday, it's a little bit more individual how people react and perform.
I think the key piece of knowledge there is to understand that you need to adjust. So if you are increasing your stress level for one reason or the other, you cannot expect to be able to tolerate the same training load.
Right.
If you have a rough period of time when you can't sleep, you cannot expect to be able to increase your training load at the same time. And vice versa. If you want to go harder and train more, you need to improve your recovery as well.
So guys, what when you guys are looking at, I include Phil here, improving or optimizing training load and readiness, for example. Phil, you got a squeaky shoulder there.
Chair.
Is that your shoulder from when you had surgery? So when I include both of you on this, because you both have a lot of experience. So as an application for our golf coaches, but a lot of the times when golf coaches are watching things like this, are also referring it to themselves. So what can people do, sleep-wise to test out? Because now they have things to measure. They can do their N of 1 experimentation with their device and potentially eat at different times, sleep at different times. What other things how about meditation or any other tools that athletes are using that we should know about?
Yeah, I can give you a good example using virtual reality. Our sports psychologists now are using virtual reality scenes of the competition.
Oh.
So they basically go to the facility when it's having another competition or trials, and they film with a 360-degree camera, bring that back and use that in their anxiety training sessions, and they monitor heart rate while they're doing that. And then the sports psychologist goes through the mental meditation, the anxiety training to lessen that, so that when they get to the competition, the World Championships, the Olympic Games, it's no big deal anymore, and they don't get outside their zone, basically, or can get in their zone. So it's very cool technology.
That is very cool.
But I really like
that's real time. They can see real time their anxiety, as it were.
Oh yeah. So they're measuring them with these devices, heart rate monitors, heart rate variability, and the sports scientist is talking to them and giving them the mental training aspects of it as well at the same time.
So I learned NLP a long time ago, and we'd call that bridging. So your state into the context, right? And so, for example, people that are doing exercise, just recreational exercise, potentially their good vibes are at the highest level, and so you can start to introduce some of the context into the brain doing that. But the VR is just much more multi-sensory. That's a really cool modernization of an old trick.
Very much, yeah.
So what do you tell your friends, Mikael, when they say, wow, that's really cool, after you've given them the 12-minute dinner table explanation? You say, well, that's really cool. What do I do?
I would say that the first value is to educate the athletes. I still think that there are phases of new technology coming in new areas, disciplines, taking more space. So maybe 15 years ago, nutrition became something. Maybe the last 5 years, sleep has become something to focus on. And just understanding that it matters. I think maybe sleep, but not really stress levels, and understanding that. For example, we talked about it yesterday that if you win an Olympic gold, and Phil can probably add a couple of examples here as well, and then you expect to do the same training the next year, that will be an overload in many cases, because you have a lot of sponsorship engagement and more media attention the year after.
And we actually tried to protect our athletes during the Olympic Games specifically because they have so many other opportunities to be on television, to be on NBC, to talk to sponsors, to have their family around. So we really try to protect the Olympic athletes during the Olympics and keep them focused on the goal ahead.
Cool.
So the gadgets like Whoop and Aura they all have tagging functions. So you can tag when you did something special, or you trained late or early, or you ate late or early, and use that as an educational tool for the coach and the athlete.
Or the other way around, right? I mean, you can use it as a best practice tool.
Yeah,
that's cool.
Yeah, I especially liked what you talked about, Mikael, about how you might have a group average, and the Whoop Watch or the Aura Ring does a pretty good job. But when you look at them individually, you got some people that it just doesn't work for, and that's very important. I had similar experience with the Aura Ring. In some respects, for me, it didn't catch certain things and was good on some variables and not so good on other variables. So that kind of cleared that up for me. I was ready to say, oh, well, yeah, it's not really good. But what you're saying is that for some people it's good, and for some people it's different. And that one slide you had of the gold, silver, bronze was really, I mean, the bronze is all the tech gets in and everybody's there, but then they get filtered out, and now you get to the silver area where some of them that are staying and haven't gone bankrupt or gone belly up. They're the accurate ones. But then that's cool too, but you may be accurate and you're going to give me a lot of data, but what the heck does it mean? So I think the gold, 100% agree with you, and I'm going to use that slide if you don't mind. Sure. 100% agree that the gold ones are the ones that don't tell you what the data is. They tell you how to use the data and what the data means.
Application.
Train you, the application of it, for sure.
Right. Yeah, there's a lot of things happen in the silver level, right? Sorry, Mikael, to jump in, because, from a golf standpoint, potentially it's good data, but it's not useful, right? And so that's where we all cross over here, I think, and especially, what Mike has been doing for so long is making things applicable, and then throwing out what doesn't work. So that gets you to the top.
Yeah, there's so much data overload, but what's important? What's the real impactful data? And filtering that and finding out what that is, that's key. You can have hundreds and hundreds of variables, but which ones matter?
Is that PHIL filtering?
Filtering.
Sorry, Mikael, I talked over you there. Why don't you? No, don't worry about it. I just wanted to add that if you go from first step, bronze to gold, you get some athletes that are being squeezed because they don't fit the group average.
Yeah.
And then they would end up in a situation where they are stressed of something that is not true. So you could see that, for example, Phil, you talked about the Oura Ring for you didn't measure, let's say, didn't measure wakefulness or awake correctly. And we see that in athletes that might have many times during the night that the gadget is telling them that they woke up.
Yep, that's exactly what happened.
So if you ask them if they feel okay, they say everything's good and nothing happened, and I can't remember that I woke up. Usually you don't, but it's then they get stressed about that, and try to change things and go to the sleep psychologist or whatever and try to adjust their sleep hygiene. And because they do that, takes energy away from other things. So they kind of focus on the wrong things because the gadget was around.
That's a real important point. Bad data is worse than no data at all. And so that's something you got to remember too. And that's why I get angry when companies say, "Oh, but it's okay. It's good for training, and maybe it's good for the high school athlete, and it's not perfect, but it." And I'm like, no, if it's giving you bad information, it can do more harm than good.
Derailing you, and I think we see the pendulum is swinging all the time, of course. But we in the team sport setting, we see coaches that go for all the gadgets or no gadgets. And the no gadgets ones, the kind of the argument is that if they have, let's say, 5 doctors or 5 physios on staff, those 5 should be able to talk to each player every single day and tease out what's wrong or what needs to be done.
We have that. The funniest thing is if you took a 10,000-foot view of this particular conversation, you could replace the words with the different contexts. And I think there's an important piece that goes along with the technology is the self-reporting that goes along with it, right? And so if the device is working and if the data is correct and your performances are either increasing or decreasing according to self-reporting, then you're in a good spot, right? Because they kind of move together. And so the 10,000-foot view comment by me is to say, when Mike and I test people and have them move in line with their personal biomechanics, then usually they'll find it easier, or there is some amount of internal calibration to say, this may be contrary to what is in the magazine or on the internet or whatever, but for me, I believe my coach or whatever, and in conjunction with my personal feels. So usually, Mike, what do people say when we give them the lesson for the first time? You on there? They'll say, "Oh, that's the way I used to do it when I was playing well."
Yeah,
And what do they say?
they say that's the way I used to swing it when I played my best.
And unfortunately, they would never have gone away from it if self-calibration was the metric, right? And so I think in all these fields, it's very interesting to hear as a 10,000-foot view. There's some amount of personalization. I think the internal, sense of the athlete should be involved somehow. So let me ask you some of these questions, Mikael. Is cognitive load something you can train to increase like a muscle to help reduce future mental stress going into an event? And would this be something to periodize in the off season versus during a specificity phase?
Short answer, yes and yes. And I guess that Phil can explain how the Olympic Committee, the US Olympics is doing that. And there are different strategies and different coping strategies to handle the stressful situation. I didn't show you that slide, but you can actually look at recovery. So something super physical, so jump height, recovery of jump height after a strenuous exercise, and how quickly you recover.
Right.
You will recover slower if you have self-reported higher stress levels. So not even measured, just self-reported higher stress levels. So it's your experience of the situation that will affect your performance and in this case, recovery status. Hand over to Phil, I think.
No, I agree with you there. And one of the things we've learned in the last few years is that recovery is just as important as training, perhaps even more so. And so sleep has come to the front. I have a young daughter who's a diver in collegiate situation, and it just gets underneath my skin that they have to be up at 5:30 in the morning to do some strength and conditioning training when they were up till 12 o'clock the previous night doing assignments. And it doesn't make any sense to me. The coaches need to kind of turn around, and they're starting to understand how they probably would have done better if they didn't have that morning session and just were allowed to sleep in and recover. And I'm sure that, Mikael, you can talk to that because Stanford has done a number of studies in that area.
Yeah.
Well, there's a argument for the use of technology, right? So it actually bridges the gap of communication between potentially the athlete and the trainer, because if they start showing up with horrible readiness results all the time and the results are bad, then you'd hope that someone pays attention.
That was actually.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Nobody compares schedules with the coaches and the teachers. They're all on their own agenda, and if it doesn't mesh with the other person, too bad. And that's their attitude.
Yeah, that's got to change.
Yes, it does.
So we have a very general kind of golf and fitness question, which I'll cover just because it's there. How important is a baseline fitness level for golfers to achieve learning from their golf lessons and practice? I mean,
maybe,
so there's two variables there. Yeah.
Maybe readiness should be prioritized over fitness level.
Yeah.
So fitness and cognition, you would see the correlation there is to be able to perform later in the day or later in the game with general fitness, and because a single golf stroke is not that relevant with aerobic fitness, for example.
Right.
But if you're going for hours and hours, and especially day 4 in a tournament, it comes into play. But equally important would be the mental kind of on and off readiness buttons, so that you can not stress yourself and keep your energy throughout the day.
Yeah, I kind of saw that question a little bit different. I kind of saw it, heard it from the point of view of kind of physical IQ, if you like, or physical understanding of how to move. And I think that from that point of view, it's very important to make sure that the child has many different activities so that they are aware of how their body moves. And that's how they then enter the golf world and they know how to control their body.
I saw it from a different view again, because it's that kind of a question. I think a politician must have written it. A question we often get is, when we're trying to change someone's movement, is, if they were to go to the gym and work out, would that change that movement? And the reality is what Mike and I are doing is specifically matching. Quite often we're matching up setups to natural movement patterns. So we're not trying to necessarily, quote unquote, change movement. We're trying to customize the person to their movement. So it's kind of a little bit different way to look at it. And then once they're able to move, in their way, then getting a bigger engine is definitely a good thing. But to Mikael's point, with the right amount of readiness, that they're able to think clearly in a skillful game like golf. But golf's interesting, right? I mean, you have to walk, you have to do anaerobic activities over a longer period of time, and there's very skill-based stuff in addition to the kind of explosive stuff. So it's a pretty interesting mixture of aspects in the game. So, any questions? I think I just did a mic drop there. That wasn't a question. But also that golf practice is not like playing. Yeah, golf practice is definitely not like playing. A lot more shots, a lot less walking. So it definitely, Ben Hogan used to. I was just talking to friends at Seminole. He used to leave a minute in between all the shots on the range, which is his own personal version of matching the field of play, as it were, which is pretty cool.
Yeah, our athletes at the Olympic Training Center will quite often do exactly that, like the long jumpers. They'll jump once and then wait 5, 10, 15 minutes for the next jump. Obviously, they won't do that all the time, but they'll do it when they're prepping for a competition.
Right. That's cool. Well, there's no question, so it must mean that you did such a good job, Mikael and Phil, that everyone knows exactly what's going on. So very grateful for your time. I really enjoy listening to if you, again, the 10,000 foot view of how the individualization and the use of technology is, is good, but, with the right amount of education and the right amount of kind of wisdom. So I enjoyed that a lot. Thanks, guys.
Right.
Yeah, I was like Mike Duffey on that one. I was very, very excited to hear that whole presentation. Thanks, Mikael.
Thank you very
Thanks,
much.
Mikael. We're gonna hang out here and do some Q&As with Mike. You're welcome to stay around. Does anybody have any questions golf-wise? Well, I've got 139 people on here. Let's see the questions right now. So let's see. Has anything changed in the last 3 years? We change all the time. I think, I'm going to give a presentation tomorrow, which really defines, how we predict what the shape of the backswing is going to be. I think there's some cool changes in there. We call it the rate of opening. So that's going to change, the way the body and the arms and the club are interacting for different grip styles. So that's pretty new. Then, ground reaction forces, we're always improving on that. It's a relatively new field. Within the last 3 years, I think we've made a lot of definitions of ground reaction forces in terms of, the magnitude, timing, sequence, things like that have all come to the surface. I'm really excited about listening to Mike Duffey here in an hour and a half or so, and he's talking about how the different posts work with the way in which the pelvis works, and the knees, which is, it might be obvious once you see it, but it's kind of new to us. So that's that. Do we retest the player? We retest juniors on a regular basis. I retest people once in a while if their performance drops for whatever reason. Does going to the gym change a player? I haven't seen huge player changes when they go to the gym. I've seen huge changes when they've had a injury in rehab. Sometimes they come back a lot more mobile after a good rehab than they were before. But generally speaking, if you talk at the club level, people don't change. Talk on the PGA Tour level, very little change. Very random. If they were to come back and be quite different, that's pretty unusual. How do you know students are doing the work you ask of them? They get better. Pretty easy. Usually, it's so, I think the interesting thing about the system that we teach is that we know when to stop teaching, which also means when we know when people are not able to, they have not done the work to get where they need to. So, they might well be doing, the steps and the setup and this and that. I had a pretty cool conversation with Rory McIlroy late last year, and he was talking about how he potentially could get 195 miles an hour ball speed, but that was like one, and then he couldn't get it back, right? And so he knew he could do it, but he didn't own it. And so if somebody, if we can get somebody to 195 ball speed in a session and they come back and they can only do it once, then they really haven't done the work. So, that's getting someone better at golf is a team event, and they need to know that you're not doing it. And so my point about saying we know when to stop teaching is that we can see very precisely what things they are or are not doing. And, obviously the coaching process is to find out why they're not doing that. We have a great presentation by Dr. Klein. I was working with him at the weekend on that. He's a psychologist who teaches psychologists how to coach. And, different people learn differently. How is Jordan mismatched? I personally think his trail arm is too much to the right. So he's losing face stability. Would you generally recommend a wrist bow for most players with a long wingspan that come over the top? No, definitely not. I would definitely not. Mike and I never talk about wrist bow. I'll talk about it tomorrow just to clarify it. Wrist bow is very much to do with lead wrist, partially to do with the trail wrist. It just happens. I've watched Mike give a bunch of lessons. He says he's never talked about wrist. That's a very difficult part of the golf swing to intervene at. We prefer, setup changes as much as we can. What is your way to test the player? Well, you're going to find out. That is one of the questions that is going to become apparent. So let's see what else we got. I don't know where Mike went. Let's see. So the right hand test is probably the most important. So learning to do the right hand test, we're definitely going to cover that. Actually, one of the interesting questions I had is, how do we test during COVID? Because there's different different protocols in different countries. Obviously the post test, if people see that I use the club instead of my hand. I have a measuring tape up against the wall so they can just stand up against it. Obviously, the grip test is one that's the challenging one, because, folks don't do it very well if they're not being held in place. So you just have to use your coaching skill to make sure that they, they do the right thing when they're getting tested. When is the book coming out? Soon. Mike and I are responsible for an amount of work here in the next week once this is done, and then I think we're on the fast lane, just organizing the pictures. So that's that. Do we have a checklist? Yes, we do. You're going to find out what it is. Any other questions? Let's see what we got here. So open. I know for sure. Ooh, that's a good question. Dan, I would say, so when using the grip analyzer, which you'll probably see throughout the course of this, should the plate be level with the feet, or is it okay being higher? I mean, if it's higher, you could potentially, I guess, grip shorter, but I think it'll probably work if it's a little bit higher. So that answers that. Do you see any?
I think what we discovered going through the pictures for this is that when there's no outliers, it means there's lots of inliers, which means there's a lot of pictures that need to be organized.
Sorry, Matt, I lost you there.
I was just saying that the going through the pictures for the book, once you come to the realization that there are no outliers, that means there's lots of inliers, which means there's lots of pictures that need to be organized.
That's right. Yeah, no, it's a matrix, right? I mean, once you enter the tunnel, it does that. Do you have a certification program? We've had a lot of fun doing these webinars online with all sorts of different groups. And, Mike and I are talking about having like a one-year mentorship program. So that's going to be the one that we do. The challenge with certification programs is people go out in the world and, with a certificate, but, we really want to make sure that people can actually do the test properly. And, we don't need 5,000 people who are doing it badly. We need a few people that are doing it really well. So youngest age, we're going to come up with that with Dr. Zwick. But I mean, Dr. Zwick likes us to test as early as possible. Book will be available in the UK.
The book will be available in the UK the same day it goes live in the US.
Let me just answer that last question. Dan Goucher asked if mini tour players or college players, is there a correlation to success or advancing to the next level and how many matchups they have? Yes, I think that's absolutely clear that, college players and mini tour players as a whole are much less matched up than the most successful tour players. Mike and I have tested hundreds of tour players, and usually they're almost perfect. And depending on their current form, they might just be working on one or two things which are moving them away from their target. They then probably work on another 10 things to try and get them back without any precision. But generally speaking, people who are really successful are usually doing a vast majority of the things right. So Jim question, if a spinner works on vertical exercises and improves vertical forces, do you see power source problems changes? I mean, again, that's a little bit of a general question. I think, if they work on vertical exercises, then, that will help. Basically everybody uses every ground force. And so if you're able to increase vertical, I think there's actually a good benefit of that. I mean, if somebody's just in the gym doing only vertical, I don't know how to answer that really. I think, everyone should be doing a general program to protect themselves from injury. And then specifically, protect themselves from injury specific to their type of swing, which, we can have Dr. Ernst Zwick talk about. Different players, potentially put their body at risk in different ways. And then specifically, they can increase power three-dimensionally, in my opinion. I would say someone should be doing everything. It would be great if we can work through the drills for spinners, launchers, and gliders. We can definitely do that. How do we fix players that are coming over the top, Farhan? Well, so the question is, it's actually, I'm going to fill in Mike's hour and a half with defining what an over the top actually is. I'll go through the most common teaching over the tops that I see. Probably the biggest one is somebody who is a front post who shifts to the right. So for example, when we're talking about posts, there's a natural kind of range of movement. So somebody who's a front post on a pressure plate will move, about 1 inch to the right, and their pressure will move probably about 65%, 60%, and then they'll come back to the front. If they move beyond that, they're going to find it, very tricky to come back to the front foot. And that coming back to the front foot at the right time is, Mike's called it glide, is a big shallowing thing. Other over the top moves would be a lack of load. So, when we start down, or just before we start down, we want the person to be moving it diagonally into the ball of the left foot and lowering. Again, that's what we call glide, and that helps the club to shallow. A lot of people have talking about the pressure being in a straight line. But the reality is it actually goes more diagonal. And then once that lead leg loads, it can push back up and create rotation. So that loading into that front leg diagonally with a trace is important. Ed is asking, do we watch the student first or screen first? It depends. I mean, sometimes I'll screen them and then tell them what their swing is. It's just for fun. It doesn't really matter, to be honest with you. I mean, at the end of the day, if you watch them, I don't know what you're watching when you haven't screened them, because, I mean, it's just a collection of stuff. I personally prefer to screen them first, and then at least I can, when I start watching them, I can make sense of what I'm seeing. So, and sometimes, I mean, I've taught, tour players where I've screened them and I don't know them. I'll screen them and then tell them what their swing should look like, and then they already can identify the windows, which is kind of fun. Do we do anything different working with a senior versus a junior?
I'll do this. Hit this.
Not really. I mean, it's a different end of the spectrum of development. I think, depending on the junior and what their ambitions and goals are. I mean, if they're, they could well be there to, just hit it better today. But at the same time, they could be wanting to go to college and become professional golfers. So, that depends. Now, the senior golfer, obviously, depending again, I mean, the seniors that play every day, the seniors that play once a month. But generally speaking, seniors, you can assume the effect of being a senior golfer is that, over time, you're going to reduce range of motion and speed. So I think generally speaking, through those two things, there's different goals. So, hey, Mike, you're back. Are you having any success?
I'm going to do a different presentation.
Okay.
Okay.
That sucks. Okay. Does it work?
It works. It's just getting. Okay. Here's Taylor.
Chris Moe asking, what would you do if you factor in a stronger or dominant arm? I don't know what that means. I mean, I can tell you if you're a left-hander playing right-handed, we strengthen grip a little bit. Tiger's pivot pattern has changed, yes, over the years. Yeah, with Butch, I mean, he moved off it a little bit more. With Sean Foley, he wanted to do stack and tilt, so he did. And then he didn't stick with that for too long. And now he's back to being what we would call a center post. So I think he's pivoting pretty well right now, considering his injuries. Do we use tour pros with similar grip post styles as templates for amateurs? I think that's a really important question. Some of the things that people say to us are like, oh, why don't you use amateurs as examples? As I said before, most tour players do what they're supposed to. So if you're going to use an example of what somebody should do, if you want to be monkey see, monkey do, then you should probably watch the people that are really good at it. The problem with amateurs, there's usually a collection of things that are wrong. So to use an amateur as a role model is probably not the right thing to do. Do we do TPI screening? I don't really do it. I mean, I leave that to the professionals. So if somebody fails a trunk rotation test, do we take it into account? I mean, I would guess that would lead to less rotation. If we see somebody not rotating enough, then we're going to turn them what we call into a releaser, not a resistor. That's Bench's terminology. So we can close their stance and allow them to release their lead leg. Do you keep track of your students? Mine's in my head. I mean, I remember pretty much every swing. I think Mike says too. I don't write it down, but there's definitely people that do that, and you know, it just depends on your nature, I would say. Are we working on the commuter algorithm? Yes, it's there, getting better all the time. How long do you schedule your lessons? I mean, Jim Murphy's asking, how long are your lessons, Mike?
My lessons are usually about they're about 5 minutes, but we usually work longer.
Nicholas is asking about grip styles changing on trajectories. It's possible. I mean, that's subtle. James Hahn changes his grip for different shots, but I haven't heard anyone else talk like that. I think, you know, sometimes they do something and say another thing though. So yeah, we're going to do a special event, Mark, for a short game in the spring when Mike and I are outside together. They do change their grip for chipping sometimes. You know, I teach different grips with different shots, and a slow speed, I would say inside of 20 yards, you know, I would go a little bit stronger for an uphill shot, or one that needs to kind of turn over, a little bit weaker for a softer shot, you know, downhill shot, deeper shot in the rough that needs a steeper attack angle. So that's reasonable because, you know, without the speed being present, you know, basically you can eliminate the fact that the face is not, you know, stable at impact. High speed changes everything. So I think as the speed goes up, you're better off matching up your grip. So Theo Boris says you have to be the host to share the screen. So I always do the trail hand test grip first, and then I do the post, and then I'll do the measurements. Mike, I've seen, I think, does the measurements first. It really doesn't matter because we always do all of the tests and then, you know, put it all together as a body of information. So is there a correlation between someone's ability to supinate or pronate the trail forearm in the arm test? Any link to the mobility of the shoulder? I'm very sure we've seen all sorts of mobilities in the shoulder and haven't seen it affect the test. It's not, if you look at the nature of the trail hand grip test, it happens very early in the backswing. It's more a question of how does the arm abduct or rotate. So, you know, as soon as the upper arm stops moving, then the shoulder starts to rotate. So what you see with the undergolfer is that the arm stops moving and then rotates, whereas you have an on-top golfer, the upper arm continues to move up and back. It depends. So somebody asking if you explain the screening to students as you're doing the test. It depends on the person. I think, you know, Mike specifically has people go to him because of his fame. I'll have a mixture of people. Some people just want to get better. So I'm kind of feeling it out a little bit as to how much information I think they can take. You know, I have an online student right now who, you know, is hitting it better and is you know, has done what I want him to do. But then he's like, you know, can you also give me the other measurements, you know, like everything I need to know. So some people want to know it all. Jonas Blixt, if we have time, can you talk about a session in the last month that you did and why? Jonas, we're going to send out at least 10 videos of people giving lessons, including myself, probably 3 or 4 or 5. I already sent out 2 last night, actually. Yeah, I mean, there's a sequence that Mike's going to talk about tomorrow about how we approach lessons. We don't have a sheet, Sherry. Like I said, Mike and I don't really write things down. but that's not to say that you shouldn't. So I think, you know, we're with Matt Rudy, we're talking about putting together a coaching book, which is an extension of the book that we're doing. And in that book, there will be a formula for how to keep track of the information. Again, it kind of just depends on your personality. I kind of remember the most important things. When you get good at testing, I lost that one. Where'd it go? Oh, when you get good at testing, how long would the 6 tests tend to take? I would say 1 minute. So for somebody asking, you know, how do you, how long does it take? Do I have to do extra? You really don't. I mean, Mike and I are both getting people better in 10 minutes. So the rest of the lesson is just kind of ironing out their belief systems and, you know, misinformation that they may have been acting upon and how to hit different shots. I mean, we're already getting people at a reasonable level to shape shots in the first lesson. So is there a template that you, that's interesting. So is there a template that you use to write numbers in and see what category players are in? Yeah, I mean, it's kind of in our head. We have that as a software, which we're going to use online soon. Is there a screening for every part of the game or just the full swing? There's some additional things that Mike does with putting, but the primary screens that we do in full swing really do affect putting. And we're going to have Bruce Rierich and David Adele both touch on what they do with screening in regards to putting. We're not going to be talking about explaining release and resistor too much. You know, the purpose of this session is application. I will touch on it tomorrow about how it affects the swing. I mean, release and resistor is, you know, do you stretch your body like a spring or do you wind it up for more time? I'm really impressed that there's still 200 people here. Keep asking questions. So do the different types of trail hand grip have different timings to the wrist hinge? Yes, that's an excellent question, Diego. Or do you find that the hinge should happen on all swings at the same point? I'm going to talk about that tomorrow. And so basically, if you look at a golf club, you know, it can rotate in 3 dimensions and it can translate in 3 directions. We've got Phil Cheatham on here, who's a much greater expert. We're talking about this in the golf swing. So depending on your grip, it changes when the upper arm kind of breaks and then the club rotates in the backswing. So an under golfer is going to, you know, have the club rotating earlier versus a on top golfer who's going to have more translation earlier. So basically, if you my buddy Josh Zander, I'm not sure if he's on here, you know, we did a golf school together and he called it passive club active body or active body passive club. So if you're an on top golfer, you'll tend to use your pivot to move the club away a little bit more in golf teacher talk. And if you're a, you know, think of like an Adam Scott, you know, he's going to tend to rotate the club earlier. Will we talk about grip pressure? I don't really have a strong opinion on grip pressure. I mean, you know, the grip is going to be at its strongest impact when the club is pulling away from you. I mean, it can be pulling away. I have to have Sasha correct me. I taught a long drive guy and it was pulling away from him about 400 pounds. So you can imagine if the club's pulling away from you at 400 pounds, you're pulling back on it at 400 pounds, you're going to have a pretty strong grip pressure versus, you know, somebody with a slower speed is not going to grip it as hard. And then, you know, you've got the relativity of how strong they are, you know, so somebody with a weak grip probably is going to feel that they have to hold on harder, and somebody with a, you know, a stronger grip may potentially perceive that it's, you know, lighter. So I think that's just a really complicated question. It doesn't really have a lot of bang for the buck. So, you know, we really just fix the things that need to get done, and then we don't have to talk about the small stuff. We call it, you know, you don't want to be majoring in a minor. So I would call grip pressure as a minor, and I think people can be really good at golf before they even get there, to be honest. Let's see. How often does the same student take lessons with you? do you have a recommended time frame between each sessions if the player is serious about getting better? Well, I think that's actually a really important question in regards to who we have on here for this whole week. We have Stuart Morgan talking about how to take it to the course, and then Jonathan Wallett's going to provide us with a video about junior development. So there's the first lesson, for example, where you assess people and do the real teaching, let's say, and then you transition more into coaching. And so teaching could be the equivalent of stuffing in, putting information out, putting in. So I think the teaching part is over reasonably quickly with Mike and I. And as I said, when you use the system, you know when to stop teaching, right? And then it's a question of kind of modal learning. Like, how do we actually get somebody to be able to take it to the course? Well, there's different grades that we go through, and again, this is kind of what Stuart Morgan's going to be touching on. How you test people and how you potentially have them break down and teach the same thing again, and break down and teach again, and you take them to the course, teach them all different shots. So now the long answer, because obviously I need a long answer right now. But Mike and I will go to the course pretty quickly after we started teaching somebody. We could feasibly teach someone every day if we wanted to. We're teaching them different shots on the course, different skills. I think there's that's kind of where it goes. You teach first, you match them up to their test results. You get some form of proficiency through the bag. You go to the golf course, you see how it breaks down. You may or may not go back to the range. You rebuild it, and then we go from teaching to coaching. Coaching is about skills. Can you hit a fade? Can you hit a draw? And if you watch Mike and I think we move into that kind of stuff much more quickly than usual teachers who don't know when to stop teaching. Do you put more emphasis on the trail hand rather than the lead hand? Absolutely. Mike has been doing that for a very long time. If you look at the trail hand test, which he will present, there's many more degrees of freedom in the trail hand. The arm folds, there's all sorts of stuff going on. And we then did a series of testing with a bunch of data that we had with Phil Cheatham and at the Cool Club Summit. And basically his belief at that time, like most people's, is both hands do the same thing. The grip is the grip, it's both hands, and it's not. As golf teachers, we have a pretty strong intuition of how the club how the club face affects a golf swing. So if you ask somebody that's taught golf for more than 1 year, they'll tell you that the side bend or the slide, or there's certain characteristics that people with a excessively closed face do, or people with an excessively open face do, which would be more like a release and a hangback, for example. So in that regard, when we were able to identify the factors that were affected by the grip, we saw much more correlation with the trail hand grip on those factors than the lead hand grip, which lined up with Mike's experience on the tee for many, many years. And so as a consequence, we've done a lot of research here over the last few years, understanding about how the trail hand affects the rate of opening, which I'm going to talk about tomorrow, rate of closure, body angles, the way the club's delivered, it has much more effects. So that's why if you listen to Mike and I, we're talking about the grip, we're using the trail hand grip to match up to the person's natural movement patterns, and then the lead hand, we fine tune it to match up to get them a little bit more speed. Richard Korchmer, hello, buddy. Can hip speed change over time? So hip speed is an interesting thing. I would say people don't really understand what hip speed means. So hip speed, if you look at it as a rotational speed, it basically maxes out at about halfway down. So when the belt buckle is kind of looking at the ball, lead arm parallel to the ground. So that is hip rotational speed, is an early burst of speed. From then, the nature of the lower body action is changing. The rotation is running into the lead knee or lead leg, and the vertical forces are starting to push up and back. So hip speed, Rich, is early. I just wanted to add that because I have time here. Does it change over time? I mean, it can. I would say, if you tracked all golfers over all time, then you probably will end up seeing that hip speed decreases. What's interesting is hip speed doesn't always correlate to clubhead speed. So I think there's almost like this, window of time where kids don't potentially haven't got a lot of mass, and they haven't got a lot of strength in their upper body, so they'll have fast hips, but won't necessarily translate that through their body. I think as people mature and become more athletic, they're able to transfer that speed out into the club. And then as they get older again, I think generally they're sitting in a chair and driving a car and things like this probably will lead to degradation in the lower body, and so the lower body won't produce quite as much speed. But I mean, you can also have a great training program, and we got a great guy to ask there, actually, Michael. But yeah, I mean, generally it will decrease, but that doesn't mean to say it has to. I think there's people that that work out well who can increase it. Aloha, Willie. Can you explain the steering wheel drill or method? Yes, I will be explaining that tomorrow. That's a good question. Terry, you're going to address any of the commonalities of the club player? Yeah, I can talk about early extension and chicken wing. I mean, you have to, so I think the way to look at it is not necessarily asking me to specifically answer the question. So I think as Bertrand Russell said, the purpose of education is to teach you to think. So I want you guys to think. Why would someone have, if you were an arm, why would you chicken wing? So that's kind of the way to look at it. So just put yourself in someone else's body and say, if I was a lead arm, why would I chicken wing? Well, you compare it to the person and also to the sport they're playing. So they're trying to hit the golf ball straight, which is a huge driving force in a golfer. So, for example, I would say Lee Westwood chicken wings because, his body is pretty low through the ball. And if he didn't, he'd stick it in the ground. So I think that's his brain solving that puzzle. And he's probably done it for such a long time. It's a reasonably consistent thing. I think amateur golfers who have chicken wings, so I'm going to answer early release before I answer chicken wing. So there's a blend of motions that and forces that a person creates in a golf swing. So I would say for an early release, I very rarely will stop somebody releasing the golf club, but I will change the timing of when that release happens through changing their lower body action. So a lot of people, as I said before, one of the key ways to early release it is to be like a front post golfer and shift to the right, or you can be a center post golfer and shift too much to the right. Very difficult to come back from there. And so therefore it's very difficult to create what we call load. Load is a very important thing that you need to understand this week. Load is really just, your center of mass, let's call it your pelvis, is lowering. And so as we swing back in the golf swing, depending on our post style, we're going to shift back to the front leg, shift that pressure back to the front leg pretty early. At different times. So front post is early, center post is in the middle, and a rear post is late. And, so basically when that happens, not only does their pressure go back to the front leg, but they also need to lower into the front leg. And that lowering is kind of buying time for the arms to, move down, create some kind of resistance to release. And then, by pushing up in the lower body, then the release gets, happens at the right time. If you, don't load and don't move to the front foot, then the inertia in the system is much less, and it's much easier to release it earlier. So in terms of early release, if you early release because you're not really using your body, then the club's going to point to the left. And I think in the last minute, people chicken wing to save that. So that's actually multiple layers to a chicken wing, which include, not using your lower body properly, and also, not timing things up. So let's see. External rotation test, going back to one of the questions that somebody asked was one of the tests that we've added. We were looking at, Cameron Champ, Sergio Garcia, and Hogan, for example, as being people that potentially laid the club down more than the tests that we were doing at the time suggested. So basically, the more external rotation you have, it's going to lower the plane of the shaft before you get to your end range. And when you get to end range, that's when the club starts to kick out. So if you look at someone like Hogan or Cameron Champ, Sergio, they lay it down early in the downswing, and then it kicks out. Terry, any secrets for teaching the average golfer in Austria compared to Americans? I think the biggest difference, generally speaking, in the Alps, is that people have skied, so they have lower body dexterity, but they've never done as much throwing as they do in America. And when we talk about trail arm action, it's a really easy way to train people to release the club their way. So, for example, we'll have someone either skim a stone or throw the ball down more directly to the ground for a side cover, or skim it for an under golfer, and that's easy for people to feel and compare. I would say if they haven't had that experience, it's probably more difficult. So maybe you need to go into the winter school and start doing some throwing exercises without hurting your people. What else we got? Why do right-handed golfers wear a left-handed glove? I don't know. If I was in the glove business, I'd probably find a way that, some marketing science to prove that wearing two gloves gives you more club head speed and you double your sales. So I have no idea. That's just one of those traditional things, I guess. No idea. What are the most uncommon matchups? That's actually a good one. Thanks, Christoph. Some people are asking, how do you, match up like a front post golfer, like a Zach Johnson, for example, with a strong grip? So the strong grip wants to make the club rotate and go a little flatter, which tends to want to move the person off of the ball. And, front post tends to make you want to, go into the front leg earlier. I think, Rory sets his hands forward a little bit like a strong grip golfer, but has his face really open. Charlie Hoffman has it really open at address. Luke Donald has it a little bit closed. So it kind of matches up to the grip. So impact is where it's at. Stuart Rafferty says, are you a fan of slow motion or freezer swings when making or learning swing changes? Mike, you'll never see Mike and I stop the swing during the swing. We're always just working with motion. So we're always trying to put it together. I personally have done freezers, let's say, and then, after about 30, I got a different example, but it's kind of similar. I once was practicing with my trail heel up in the air, and I went to play golf and I couldn't not do it. So it was and it gets in your head, So I think you've got to find a way within motion. See, when we're teaching people to fix their grip and lower body action, we're having them release, hard and try and hit real golf shots. I mean, we'll slow it down probably, or reduce the size in order to specifically learn something. Mike does a lot of chest high to chest high kind of swings, and and then we build it up quickly. But golf's such a complicated thing that we really do try and everyone wants speed, so we're really trying to manage motion, not manage positions. Hope that answers that. So I was answering Christoph's question there, which is kind of interesting. Sometimes you get somebody like Martin Keimer, for example, who's a front post, side cover, long forearm, and everything leads itself to, match up, as it were. It's just easy. Sometimes the lower body action can help the upper body action, and sometimes they're kind of opposite. So you have somebody, like I said, Zach Johnson, who tends to have, he has got a stronger grip and needs the club to rotate more in the backswing. You really have to kind of flip backwards and forwards in terms of controlling, their pressure and controlling their club motion. I'm going to talk about that because that's to do with the shape of the backswing, which is my thing tomorrow. And, you know, basically, that's going to be one of the variables. Guillermo has a question about knee flex. So knee flex is very much a product of the wingspan versus height test. So with the wingspan versus height test, if you've got shorter arms, when you squat down, you're going to have more knee flex. So that would be an answer to why somebody would have more knee flex. So a question is, do under-golfers tend to have a stronger left-hand grip?
No.
No. I was going to answer in a tricky way. Phil left. We did that research for our grip study. And, you know, basically, if you plot all of the points of the different grips on a graph, on average, they move together. But the reality is, if you look at each individual person, they were all over the place. So the left hand and the right hand do two different things. And we have tests which accommodate that. So, you know, somebody like John Rahm, for example, is a side under. He has a weak lead hand. Somebody like, you know, Jordan Spieth historically has kind of had a little bit stronger right hand than left. So that doesn't always go together.
Yes.
So what's the easiest way to get someone less into out? So let's talk about path shifters, we could call it. So things that shift the path might be, you know, not putting the brakes on in the lower body, for example, so they sway for too long a period of time. It depends on their grip style, of course. We do want some people to be swinging to the right. If it's too much, then you are absolutely right. That if you've got them somewhat matched up to where they need to be, then, you know, having them aim to the left is a really good solution. So yes. So, you know, we look at side bend and the spine at impact or during the downswing, and aim is the two biggest effect on path that we see. So let's see what we got here. On the shoulder. You know, just kind of go back to Christoph's question about uncommon. You know, when people are applying the system, some of the more common questions that we hear are, you know, what's the most common thing, right? And the problem with that question on some level is it takes you away from testing. So the most common thing is people are not common. So make sure you just test and teach whatever's in front of you, because there's no benefit in summarizing and averaging out things. That's a good way to stay average. Oh, John Horshman, great question. Sasha McKenzie just did a presentation about why some people have a high 7-iron clubhead speed and a low driver speed, and some people you know, they have a bigger ratio. So he basically measured the ratio, and so it was the difference between the linear and angular motion of the club. So if you were, you know, moving the club in a more rotational sense, more release, let's say, then you would transfer more energy out to the club head. If you were, you know, holding the angle or dragging the handle too much, too linearly, so there was no real you know, braking, let's say, then the energy wouldn't transfer out to the club, and, you know, that would lead to a lower ratio. So that would be. So Nicholas Brassarts is making a statement, not a question. He has corrected a lot of chicken wings, and they got more clubhead speed. What do you think? I think you're awesome. It makes sense. I mean, the lead arm is a lever. The deceleration of the upper arm is something that, you know, majority of good players will do, which helps to transfer the energy, which I think kind of relates back to that question we just had previously, where, you know, that creates more angular swing. So Stephen has a question. Do you have pressure traces to analyze for front post, center post, and rear post? Yes. I'll talk about that now. So basically, what we see for a front post golfer, or all golfers move their pressure to the trail side early, up to about, let's say it's about an inch of sway on average. Phil, correct me if I'm wrong. And the interesting piece in terms of timing, how those things relate to the post is, is the pressure trace, or, from a kinematic standpoint, when does the pelvis start to move back towards the target? So force always precedes motion. So we'll see the front post golfer like a Bryson DeChambeau, for example, who I think Steve Gould just commented how early he translates his pressure back to the front foot. That's because he's a front post golfer. So, he'll move off it a little bit, translate towards the target early, and that would be a front post golfer. A center post golfer is going to translate about when their lead arm is parallel to the ground. So they're going to get to about 75 to 85% of their pressure to the right side before they transition back. So there's a kind of a quantity, but also a timing factor to that. So front post is, anywhere from I've seen it even low 50s, but up to, I think Mike talks about 70. I would have said 65. So low 50s to 65% to the right pressure is a front post. Club parallel to the ground.
Well, everybody wants to know why they have to swing a certain way. The reason is because when you swing the golf club, your hand will always deliver the way that it's predisposed to move in. If you're a side cover golfer and you grip it under, it's going to come down side cover. So that face is going to be shut and you're going to hit the ball left. So then you develop a chicken wing through the golf ball, a la Jordan Spieth, and you end up hurting yourself, but you never hit it solid.
Mike is going to go at 2 o'clock tomorrow, 2 o'clock Eastern time. So he's going to be the first one up from, not Mike Duffey, Mike Adams. From 2 to 4 p.m. Eastern time tomorrow is going to be Mike Adams. 4 p.m. is going to be Vision 54. And then 5 p.m. Eastern time is David Adele, which is probably good because he needs to have a little space to run over. So Mike, what are you going to talk about tomorrow? What's on the agenda?
I'm going to talk about tomorrow what I didn't talk about today. We got the PowerPoint working, so it's good.
It's actually kind of cool. So, we're definitely, we're here to make sure that everybody gets what they came for. I think, answering all those questions actually gave us a pretty good indication of where people are at. There's some very advanced answers, or questions rather. All the answers were advanced. And, but there's also some very basic questions of people who haven't quite got it yet. And so our job is to assure everybody that if you've never seen us present before, you don't know what the terminology is, we're going to make sure that you understand the words, you understand the tests, you understand what all that means. But at the same time, by watching the videos that we're going to send out as well, you're going to get a little bit more of an idea of how to teach and take it to a higher level. So if Mike Duffey is going to come on and give another 20 minutes. And let's see, EJ is saying, thank you. EJ, don't leave yet. We have a little bit more from Mike Duffey. Do you know of any pro golfers utilizing the type of training? I think you're talking about readiness. The fitness guys that are on tour, a lot of them are using all sorts of different devices. And so I think nowadays the science around the players is a lot more advanced than it was even 3 years ago, let's say. So yes, Dr. Duffey, you want to come on and finish off, lead us home?
Yeah, so I'm going to ask you. As always, I'll start with a question for you, Terry. Screen.
So before you ask, I'm going to answer one more question. Mike, do you have any pressure examples of a hacker who hangs back and releases? That would be
yes,
very Mike Duffey, but yes, you and I as well. We have a lot of people that do that. Pretty common. That's what I give the throw and go lesson, Mike. Make sure they get forward and release. That's That's the throw and go system. That's a common lesson at the club. So, okay, Dr. Duffey, off you go.
Terry, while you're there, you were talking about a slide with a chart.
That's it.
Was it this?
That's the chart.
Yeah, so that didn't make it into a slide. That was
it did. You know, when you did the top 100, you had a black background.
Did I?
And it had maybe some pink stars or something on it. No, it was a black background. You had a chart of the different style for the different posts, and it was like, you know, the center post, very important to have unweighting and rotation. Lead post, sorry, yeah. So front post, lead post was making sure that they have enough pelvis rotation, lead legs, trail leg straightening, to have the space to, you know, to rotate and launch from. You remember that
Well,
one?
in that case, it sounds like you can give that for us. But,
Well, that's actually, Terry,
Was
what
that
he
on the
has
interview?
right here covers
Is-
what we were talking
It's the
about.
good stuff. Perfect. Let's go ahead and do that. I will leave you alone.
Okay. Well, anyway, so let's. There's a lot on that, so let me finish with that there. So I wanted to. So we talked about the slide. We talked about the lift and making room for that. I wanted to wrap up and go with the other direction. So we. Let me get back to I've got probably too many swings open to keep my graphics card alive. So we create swing velocity really in two planes. There's the plane that we can really see the velocity in the frontal plane, which is sort of the cartwheel plane here. And that's a lot for the arms and the club that are on a more vertical plane. The other is, there we go. The other plane that we do is a horizontal plane, and this really is what helps drive the pelvis and the torso. They move on a more horizontal plane. But in reality, the body needs to create both, and when we put it all together, for the most part, the overall motion of the body and the club for the swing is roughly on a 45-degree plane. So we need both of these. So the face-on view, that plane we create through that right side, that trail side push laterally, and then the lead side vertical. This plane we create through two very different contributors. And going back to my old example of the doorknob where you create a twist versus the pushing a door open. In this example, and I'll try to pause it at a good moment here. In this example, if I turn off our skeleton, and we look at the right foot force and the left foot force, if you look at these two, it actually looks somewhat similar to that doorknob example where this force is almost exactly parallel to this one. Now, they're not the same size, but when we're creating the horizontal torque or the horizontal rotation, we do create, at least in part, a force couple. So we have, part of this will become some pure twist. The leftover force, in this case, the lead side is creating more force. So that extra force in this example is going to help push that pelvis away from the ball in this example. So it's going to create some pure twist and some linear motion. So I'm going to go back through the swing, and I'm going to keep the skeleton turned off for a little bit, and I'm going to try to shift this up a little bit so we're looking almost straight down on him. So in the backswing, what we'll see pretty early on is just a little bit, the right side is helping push the right hip back. The left side for this golfer is pushing the left hip forward a little bit. So that's creating the backswing rotation. And that continues nicely until mid backswing or so. And then you can see a little bit of a right side push, or that's a little bit of that push toward the target for this player. But then we're going to see the real downswing. I'm going to start rotating my pelvis. So you can see this is going to help start rotating opening the pelvis toward the ball and toward the target. So that's driving the right hip forward and toward the ball. This is going to start driving the left hip away from the ball. And you're going to watch, they're just going to work together and push those hips around. And it'll continue into sort of mid to late downswing until right about through there. So those two, they work roughly equal and opposite. They're not always pointing in the exact opposite directions, but those are the two forces that we use to create that horizontal plane rotation that's really going to be the main driver for the body of the golfer. And for the most part, the leftover movement for this is going to be pelvis thrust. So in this case, if we take a look at this golfer and we take a look at him down the line, if we take a look at his pelvis motion, he doesn't show a lot of pelvis thrust. So there's a pretty good balance of what he's doing. So I'll take a look and go through. So he's early on, you can see he does a nice job. He's going to help push his right side back. That's a good thing. He lets it go back. And then sure, he helps. He's going to start pushing the right side forward, which that alone would create some thrust toward the ball. But pretty soon after that, you're going to see that left foot really start to push. And so that's going to, I'll say, a rest. That's going to slow down any thrust toward the ball. In fact, that's going to dominate the remaining sort of third of the downswing. So there was a little bit of a push toward the target, but he does a very nice job of using both forces together, maybe not at exactly the same time. So he's using both forces to create rotation very nicely and to control the thrust toward and away from the ball. So that's a nice example of how to use those to create rotation with sort of the right amount of thrust. I should have I had the other player pulled up, but I seem to. Oh, well, it may take me a moment to see if I can grab the other player again. Hang on a minute. Okay, so taking a look at this player from down the line, it becomes pretty obvious right away what's going to happen. There we go. So he gets out toward the ball, and if you look by mid backswing, you can see he is actually starting to drift forward there and just keeps on going. So he's an example of he got his hips going a little bit, but then very early on he got that right foot pushing forward, and then he got it really pushing forward, and then what we're looking for is that left side to really start pushing back. And what the other player did that he's not going to do is get that big, nice up and back push from the lead side. He doesn't get that. His goes almost straight up. So he never puts on the brakes for that thrust. And there are actually a couple reasons for it. So when we take a look at the two planes, we get a nice, easy graph to look at, and we should see a pretty nice balance between the two. And we can take a look at the contribution of them and see, okay, well, how much came from the right, how much came from the left, and how much thrust was there. And if there's a good amount of total contribution, but a lot of thrust, then we can say, all right, well, we want to maybe back off on the right foot a little bit, or the trail foot, and then add some in from the left side. So we have these two contributors. We know what they are, and the one variable that we have is how much thrust do we want? Is it a good amount? Fine, then we can increase both contributors. If it's too much, we want to try to tone down the right and increase the left. And there are different ways in person to create the type of change that we want. We can take a look at the timing. In fact, I just went through a swing analysis with someone. It's surprisingly common to see people that by the last kid I was looking at, by right there in the backswing, he had already stopped his pelvis from going back, and from there on, he was working to start pushing it forward. So. In a kinematic sense, I think, and Mike, you can use golf instructor terms for this, but he never set his pelvis back. He never got any depth. He just, from there on, he stopped it from going back and took away any chance for really developing power from his right side. And then by the time he got to his lead side, his hips were over his feet. That's a really tough position to create front and back push for his lead side. So he took, by overusing his trail side early, he had nothing to offer for his front side. So there are only a few combinations. The linear motion is a nice telltale sign of what you have to have there, and if there's not enough or too much. So in my view, again, going back to how do we use these for instruction, my view is that these are much easier to use than a whole kinematic system. We have up and down, right to left, front to back. They're only 2 feet. We're trying to create power in 2 planes, and that's really sort of that's the majority of the information we have. There's not one common pattern we need for everyone. So it becomes, in my view, it's easier to say, okay, we've got your basic pattern. Mike and Terry, I think, have come up with a really nice way of guiding folks to see what people tend to do well and what they don't do as well, which I think can be a nice way of leading you down a pathway to say, okay, I see what you do. I think here are some things that you might tend to do pretty well naturally. And so far, the work that we've gotten to do, and if you want to review last year's presentation that went through the whole combination of trail, center, post, and what they actually do, we can do a short summary of it now. But that posting system, it happens to be a really good guide for what you're going to see in ground reaction forces. So that's as much swing stuff as I want to go through. If the 3 of us want to talk through that chart, I think that might be a fun way to actually talk about it rather than just sort of reading through it. It gets a little thick, but you guys can talk about how it actually gets put into use. Does that sound
Perfect.
What we do.
all right? So as a quick background, again, I took a look at where people were at top of backswing. Were they still more toward the trail side? Were they right in the middle, or they already shifted toward the lead side? And then simply what I did is, all right, as you're more toward the trail versus more toward the center, more toward the lead, what happened to the different forces? And so this was simply a breakdown for it. So as an example, I'll do the first one, then we can talk through what we want. The right foot lateral force, as you go from being more of a trail side to more of a lead side person, that force decreases, and it made a lot of sense. If you're already on the lead side, for example, if you try to add more of that force, you're going to end way too close to the target. So that's an opportunity to increase for a trail side person. It's not so much an opportunity for somebody who's getting to the lead side early.
And that's perfect. I mean, basically, that's one thing they have to understand is that they're not all the same. Everybody's trying to get the same amount of force, where if you're already there, you don't need to keep trying to create more force there.
Yeah. I think my other favorite one from that, the magnitude of the left side of the lead side, sorry. There was a question about this in today's session. This is, Michael talked about averages. Averages are a little different. Their averages sort of show up in two different ways for me. There's trying to compare averages for somebody who's more to the trail side and more to the lead side. And that's, I think, really that's not particularly helpful because we're talking about different patterns. But also, there are simply people that are big force producers and people that are more moderate force producers. And their patterns may be similar, but Terry might just be a monster force producer, and I might do a pretty good job. So we might have similar force patterns. I just might always be 3/4 of the man that Terry really is, and that's, I accept that in life, and we move on. But ignoring that.
Yeah, ignoring that.
That's okay. But what we typically see for left side vertical force, for somebody who gets to the lead side earlier, that lead side force, it makes sense. It starts picking up earlier. It tends to be sort of a flatter dome. For somebody who gets there later, it tends to be a steeper peak. So in general, somebody who's more center or trail side, it does tend to be a steeper peak. So the pattern shifts, and that is definitely noticeable between the three. The actual value of it that's still affected by big force producers and smaller force producers.
Hey,
Mike, you've got some.
Mike, can you either make that slide readable or take it away?
Yeah, I think that's not a great form, so I'll
just get rid of it. Oh, much better.
I'll talk with my hand.
Basically, what he's saying is I think with more of the front, there is people. I mean, the force on the left side or the lead side is longer, but not as dynamic, right? The force it just lasts longer. So it is a flatter.
It'll look like this,
right?
And the total area in here will be wonderful. And then people that get there later, it'll be more like this. So it's likely to have a higher peak. But again, the area under it, which is what really matters, and we've talked about that in the past.
Right.
So both are good patterns. If you really want to maximize just the peak number, then being a center or trail post pattern is probably going to help make that peak number better. But that doesn't mean that's a better pattern, because if you can have your foot on the gas longer, that's a good way to do it too. So
I think that's to Mikael's point about how we use technology.
Yeah.
In terms of how we've been using force plates. Somebody who's just starting to use a force plate, we're looking at timing and sequence and magnitude as defined by the peak number, right? But as you become more skilled at using the force plate, I think you need to start paying attention to to the size of that area under the curve and paying it, starting to put that into your own database if you want to get really good. We can see people with a lot of speed, like Bryson, for example, who potentially had a large area under the curve, but not necessarily a sharp peak. So the next thing beyond those first few things, which are really the first things that people learn, is to start looking at the curves and understanding their shapes.
Yep, we talked about this last year, but looking at the whole profile instead of just one number on it is
Right.
really the way to go.
Right. That's
key. It's break it down into 3 shapes, and you learn a lot more than looking at one number.
Right.
Well, Mike, that's incredible information. We haven't got too many questions. I mean, we're half an hour over, and we still got 120 people on here. DS
I got a quick
asks,
question, if I can ask one.
Yes, you can. You can contribute
I'd
as
like
much
to
as you
ask
want,
one
Phil.
to Mike. This is the chicken or the egg. I mean, we say that forces create motion, but wouldn't it be true to say that if I'm just standing still on both force platforms and I don't move, I don't create any new or changes in the force. So therefore, I have to move to create anything in the force profile. So didn't I create the force by moving? Or can you talk to that? How internal
you're saying
forces
motion creates force.
translate to external forces?
Well, sure. So we'll go all the way back to Arizona State in 1980. What year do we need to go, Phil?
Come on. 1980.
And we'll get to the electromechanical delay. And so we know that about 0.2 seconds between it's they're intertwined. And this is a great philosophical talk with beer or wine. They go together without a doubt. And so we'll see muscle contraction that will initiate a force. The first thing we'll actually see visually is a change in the movement. And they're intertwined, they go together. We will as the force creates movement, and as it creates a different movement, because that's a different movement, we will initiate a different force strategy to continue to adapt and change the movement we want. So yes, that gets a little maybe esoteric in the conversation. Bring it back to instruction a little bit. Which way to? I think that there's information and then instruction, and I think that ground forces can give really good information quite quickly and help people understand why something's happening, and especially. I've come across, now I spend a lot of time there. Phil, you spend a lot of time in kinematics. Right. So you have better experience with that, obviously. But I've met a lot of folks who have had to say, all right, well, I've been trying to create that change, but it hasn't been working. And so I've been able to say, well, until you create this change with the ground forces, you're not really going to be able to create this movement, because it's prevented by this. So It helps with that. But in reality, once we get to that point, and I'll tell people this all the time, you can give a kinematic cue of, I want you to set your hips here. You can give a kinetic cue of, I want you to feel like you're pressing there. The cues, the instructions that a coach gives to an actual player, they can be, in fact, I try to stay out of that conversation as a biomechanist and leave that to that's between the player and the coach. And I think that relationship it's one that I try to not get in the way of, because I think that's a really, really important key in player development.
Yeah, I think it all comes down to the coach knowing how to talk to the golfer, but it's important for the coach to have this information in the first place and be the filter and tell the golfer what they need to hear, not just come out with all of these facts. So, yeah, I agree 100% to have more tools, as long as we know our tools are accurate, like Mikael was talking about earlier on.
Yeah.
So I like to think that kinematics are the look and the kinetics are the feel, and maybe it depends on the golfer what works best for them.
Yeah, and I'll say it might be golfer, it might be instructor. I mean, clearly there are folks that have had a great time with motion analysis, and I was there with you for a while. You've again, I bow to your 5 times my experience in kinematics, at least. I've had great fun and great experience with the ground force side, and I've enjoyed it a lot. So yeah, it's there are options in both. So yeah, and it's going to come down to coach and player preference.
But I think we're lucky that the tools are getting better and better all the time, and the more accurate, good tools you have, the better off you're going to be. So yeah,
Also,
thanks. I may know kinematics, but I'm happy to learn the kinetics side of it too.
The coach education is so terrifically important as well, because I think over the last 5 or 10 years, people have looked at you guys and said, well, you guys are biomechanists, surely you know everything about the golf swing, and it's really not the case, right? Because you're walking into this huge grand library with your flashlight just the same as the rest of us, and hopefully by us communicating more effectively, we're able to increase the size of the light that we're shining on the possible outcomes, right? And so people don't realize, when we come up with projects with you guys or breakthroughs in information, usually it takes quite a while for us to communicate in such a way that we can really, in a measurable way, understand each other, right?
Learning how to ask the right questions.
Exactly, and it's us scientists that have to understand the question in the first place. You might talk in golf language, and we have to translate that into measurement or physics or biomechanics language, and then we can code it or measure it or whatever.
And the reason that you two are on here talking to us is because you are able to reach out the furthest to understand some of our golf terminology that we think is absolutely true, and it isn't quite that true if you actually start digging down and try and turn it into a number and a measurable fact. So thank you for that.
Terry, as you know, what's truly best is if we tell you no for about 3 years straight, and then eventually give you a maybe, and then around year 5.
Dr. No, by the way. Mike was Dr. No for a while.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. Mike, you're now Dr. Yes, because you keep coming up with good shit now. But we used to call him Dr. No. Say, Mike, what do you think of this? And he'd go, no.
No.
No. It might take him a minute to go first, though. So, hey, I have a question, Michael.
One more thing. One more thing. Mike Duffey, we have become closer together in our communication skills and helping you with your understanding for both you and Phil and the rest of the biomechanics, because knowing how to ask the question, what the question needs to be, and what we're looking for. And as a result, you guys have been able to tremendously. We wouldn't be where we are without you guys. That's a fact.
That's true.
What I've learned from you guys is, we'll have that conversation offline. But it has been it's meant a lot. So thank you.
Yeah, when we can get together and have a beer. Again,
we can have a
someday.
virtual beer. I don't need any excuses.
Not the same.
Mikael Voss has a question. Mike Adams, what do you see in the differences between the COP traces for the different posts? That's one question. And then Mike Duffey, a second question. Any preferences for breaking COP to COM or COM to COP? So Mike Adams, why don't you go first?
Okay, well, first of all, with the what we're going to call them, what we call them, center, front, center, and rear. Everybody has pressure shifts to the right, and the front has a maximum of 70% of a shift to the right and gets left much sooner. The center is between 70 and 85, and the rear is between 85 and 100%. And pretty much that's what we're seeing. And I mean, pressure plates and everything are fantastic, but if you can get 3D force plates, you need to get them because they have the answers, and it's a better set of eyes. I use them every day, and it makes me smarter.
So then Mike Duffey, any preference for breaking COP to COM, COM to COP?
So I was,
you know Mikael. He has a grasp system. Yeah.
I was writing a quick follow-up. So if he's saying that the COP to COM, there was a Stag's Leap cast question.
Don't worry about that. I'm going to take care of it. I think someone was asking whether Mike owed me a cast 23 or Stag's or.
I think it was an either or, which seemed like a terrible choice.
He said Lafitte.
Lafitte is where it's going.
So, Michael, if you're asking center pressure stop breaking before the center of mass, or should the center of mass be breaking before the center of pressure? COP shift needs to happen first. Then that's got to be breaking, and then the center of mass can follow without a doubt.
So Nicholas Brassart is asking when we're actually going to explain these tests.
Tomorrow.
In theory, we explained them earlier today, but we didn't. So we're going to explain them first thing tomorrow. So tomorrow, 2 to 4, Mike is going to go over some of the terminology that we use and how to test and what it all means.
2 to 4.
2 to 4 Eastern time.
Yep.
And we'll sign on a little early, probably.
Yep.
And run on a little late because we got David Adele at the end, who's he's like one of those bullet trains in Japan. You get him going. What's the physics of slowing him down?
There isn't.
But he's got, some people are asking short game questions and putting questions. He's going to have an opinion on all of those, so that's really good.
So,
which force plates do we use? Well, Mike uses the GASP. Mike Adams uses the Smart to Move 3D and the Swing Catalyst.
Swing Catalyst 3D.
I use the Swing Catalyst.
Has Swing Catalyst put out their 2-plate officially yet?
Yeah, they have.
They shipped
I'm
it.
supposed to get mine.
Okay.
Next week.
Okay, so that's great. Yep. I love 2 plates. I love 3D. But good data is better than bad data without a doubt, and probably no data is probably better than bad data too.
All right, is that the time?
Yeah.
So we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for everything.
Oh yeah.
Yes, sir. Thanks, everybody.
Great to see you guys.
Bye.
We managed to wear out the questions and answers, so that's good. Mike, thanks so much. Great information. Phil, thank you, wherever you went. And Chris Taylor.
Chris, thanks for hosting.
He's there somewhere, but thanks for being there and helping us out.